Okay, it's started.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday, October 7th. This is the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners board meeting, two-day meeting. This first day will consist of committee meetings. Our first item on the list is the Interior Design Committee. And let's see, I guess we need a call to order. Kathy, would you like to call us to order, please?
Kathy Ware?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't have a list, but I will go by who are the. I don't have all that in front of me. I greatly apologize. I really didn't realize I was doing this. So
it's fine. All we really need right now is a call to order, and then we're going to do a statement of necessity, and then the first item of business, because Susan is no longer on this committee. The first item of business is to elect a new chair. So I'm just asking somebody who's a current committee member to call us to order.
Okay. Well, this is Kathy Ware of the Architects and Engineers Examiners Board for the state of Tennessee, and I'd like to call the Interior Design Committee to order, please.
Thank you very much. Maria, would you take care of our state of necessity, please?
Yes, thank you, Michael. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners Committees, which is taking place by electronic means utilizing the WebEx teleconference application on Wednesday, October 7th, 2020. Notice of this meeting was posted to the board's website on September 15th, 2020. As there is not a physical quorum present, a statement of necessity is read into the record and filed with the Tennessee Secretary of State as required by statute. Pursuant to TCA 8-44-108B2, if a physical quorum is not present at the location of a meeting of a governing body, then in order for a quorum of members to participate by electronic or other means of communication, the governing body must make a determination that a necessity exists. That determination must include a recitation of the facts and circumstances on which it was based. Further, TCA 8-44-108A3 defines necessity as matters to be considered by the governing body at that meeting require timely action by the body, that physical presence by a quorum of the members is not practical within the period of time requiring action, and that participation by a quorum of the members by electronic or other means of communication is necessary. As stated, this is a regularly scheduled meeting for the Tennessee Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners Committee. The purpose of this meeting with members attending by teleconference is to address regularly scheduled matters of the board in the most safe manner due to the COVID-19 pandemic. All voting will be conducted by roll call. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Maria. And Maria, quick point of order for that. Is the statement of necessity, is that the one you just read, is that good for the day, or do we need to do a statement of necessity for every meeting?
It is good for the day, so thanks for asking. Yeah, that'll cover everything today.
So I'll just make it.
Do one tomorrow.
So I'll just make a note, and I can say that at the beginning of each committee meeting. Okay, great. Thank you for that. The first item on the Interior Design Committee meeting agenda is new business, and that would be to elect a chair. We have a new member to the board and to the committee. Her name is Melanie Doss. She is an interior designer from Knoxville, and I would like to turn the microphone over to her very briefly so that she can just introduce herself to everybody present here. And I'd also like to remind everyone that if you are not speaking, to please mute yourself. We did have some feedback issue earlier, and I will now turn it over to Melanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. As he indicated, I am a practicing professional in the Knoxville area. I'm a consultant to a number of architecture firms here, but predominantly Lewis Group Architects. And I've been practicing interior design for 30 plus years. Also have been an educator, a faculty member on a number of universities, University of Tennessee, Knoxville, Chattanooga, ETSU, back when ITT was a school. I taught there briefly, and so have an extensive background in the profession and in the education of the profession. And I consider it a tremendous honor to be selected and appointed to this board.
Thank you, Melanie. Welcome. I assume that I speak for everybody when I say welcome to the board, and we are glad to have you.
Thank you.
Michael, this is Frank. We probably ought to have a roll call.
All right. Good point, Frank. Let me pull up my committee appointments list. Okay, we'll go through a quick roll call for the committee members. Melanie Doss.
Here.
Frank Wagster.
Here.
Kathy Ware.
Here.
Okay, the committee is fully present. I would also like to point out that we have other board members who are currently on this call or in this meeting. It's Mr. Ben Brickta, Mr. Stephen King, Mr. Robert Campbell. And let's see. I believe now we can move to elect a new chair. Are there any nominations?
Mr. Chairman, I know this is Frank. I know Melanie is new, and Melanie, we're glad to have you on board on the board. And having known Susan for a long time, you've got some big shoes to fill.
You're exactly right.
But anyway, since you're our interior design person on the board, I think it would be appropriate if you were the chair of the interior design committee. So I would like to nominate you as the chair.
And I don't think Frank or I are trying to get out of it, Melanie. This is Kathy Ware. I totally agree with him. I didn't want to jump in there and second him, and you think we were throwing you under the bus, but I totally agree. As long as you're willing, I think it'll be great.
Yes, I am willing. I accept the nomination.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second. I guess I'll go ahead and call the roll for the roll call vote. Kathy Ware.
Yes.
Frank Wagster.
Yes.
And Melanie Doss.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, Melanie. You are now the chairman of the Interior Design Committee.
Thank you.
So what do you have planned for us today?
Oh, we're done now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's all we need to do.
Yeah. I have on here as following past committee meetings, especially from an October standpoint, which is the big 2-day event. There's other potential law, rule, and policy changes on the agenda. Kathy and Frank, I would actually turn to you in this instance and say, what, if anything, because I was not present for the last time this committee met, what, if anything, is old business or potential law, rule, and policy changes that you all would like to discuss?
The big thing that we were trying to put forth was the change in the continuing education. And of course, that's gone through. I mean, I won't say it's gone through. I'm looking forward to hearing an update. But that was the issue that was foremost on the committee's mind relative to getting that done, because that had been out there for a while. I don't know what else is out there right now. Frank, you may have some better notes. I don't have anything in front of me right now.
Well, I don't have a lot of notes, Kathy, but I do know that we've been going through the definition, and you're the head of the definitions committee.
Oh, I didn't bring that up because I thought that had been tabled for a while, but that's okay.
Oh, but it has. But the interior design, it's my understanding from Susan, they have a definition that they're comfortable with, and that's what I think that's pretty well worked out. If there's any,
Frank, I think that's correct. In my conversations with Susan, that is something that she did want me to bring up today. And I know it may also flow over into the other committee, the definitions committee, but she did say that she felt comfortable with the definition that had been prepared for the interior design profession at this time. I guess we'll discuss the status of the definitions of the other professions in that particular meeting. Will that be correct?
it will be. I believe that particular committee has been tabled for this meeting.
That is correct. After consultation, it was decided that the definitions need to move forward as an entire package and not just kind of one at a time individually.
Right.
It'll be much more beneficial to everybody to have them move forward. I believe at this point in time, the definitions committee is waiting on the architects to finish their definition. And if the architects get together in their committee meeting today and are able to cover that, it's not entirely out of the question that we could add a committee meeting on to the end of today, or if in the event we need to have a 24-hour notice, we could schedule that for tomorrow at some point.
Yeah, and you're right. I think the architectural definition is the one we're kind of hanging on. We were waiting on the NCARB to finalize their definition, and we were going to go with theirs. They were going to do this last June, but due to the coronavirus, that has gotten pushed back. And so, to my knowledge, they have not finalized that definition yet. So that's what we're waiting on.
Okay, and we'll make sure to we do have that on the agenda for their committee meeting coming up at 9.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the only issue I can think of that Susan said something to me about it that was a concern. I'm not sure there's a way to address it, but apparently there are out-of-state interior designers associating with Tennessee architects, practicing interior design in Tennessee. Of course, the architect is sealing the drawings for them. But her concern is we have out-of-state interior designers practicing in Tennessee without a license or without being registered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to address that other than she wasn't happy with it.
Right. Let me investigate that just a little bit. That's on my list as well. And she and I have talked about that. So does anybody have any input on how I can address that or how we can address that as a committee?
I'm kind of at a loss as to how to address it.
Okay.
Other than, go ahead.
Well, then I will sort of investigate the process and see what I can find out. Possibly see how other states are managing. But it is becoming a bit of an issue that we need to take a position on, I think. So let me investigate and we'll discuss it at a later time.
Okay. All right.
If I may interject very quickly, this is Michael. One avenue that you all would be through a complaint process. If you know of any specific instances, you would, as board members, have the ability to file a complaint against said persons or firms. That would be one avenue available to you.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, there's something else, and again, this is Melanie, that I have on my list that she was concerned about and wanted to follow up with. The fees, the reporting of fees and profit markup, how that's being reported. Does Frank or Kathy, are you familiar with her concern or with how that, what the current status is of that and why she would like to change that?
I don't have any recollection of that, Melanie. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Okay, it's having to report profit markup. Interior designers are required to report or asked to report their markup in their profit, which is often, she would like for that to be, or I guess interior designers in general would like for that to be proprietary information, and allowed for them to continue to be competitive, I guess. I see where Don Baltimore is on.
Yes, I just joined. Took me a while to get
Hey,
to the right.
Don.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome, Melanie, and hello, others.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any information as to the interest in changing the ruling for reporting fees and profit markup from interior designers?
No, I didn't know that law. You're talking about the law that we've had years ago? Or
Yes.
I'm aware of any now. It's certainly there's no law against it. There was something years ago you had to, I say in 2025, that was pertaining to interior designers, but pertained to others as well by accident, and then that law was repealed. So there's nothing in the law that says you have to report those markups to your clients, but association policies may be different.
Okay. Okay. I will investigate that rule as well. So, okay. That is pretty much the extent of what I have on my list of things to discuss for the committee. Does anyone have anything else that Frank or Kathy or anyone else that's listening, is there something we should address?
I don't have anything, Melanie.
Yeah, this is Frank. I don't have anything either.
Okay, very good. Michael, anything to add?
I do not have anything, but if there's no further business before this committee, would entertain a motion to adjourn this portion.
This is Frank. I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay.
This is Melanie.
Melanie. All right. I believe that's all we need, right? We don't need to vote on that. So the motion has been made for adjournment and seconded. So this committee meeting stands adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you all. And I'm going to keep doing these little PSAs throughout the day, but you're welcome to keep this on in your background and turn the sound down if you like, or you can feel free to pop on and off. But again, this link will be active all day.
Okay, good. Thanks.
So thank you.
Yeah, this is Don. I was trying to get into tomorrow's event and had the wrong meeting number and password.
Ah, okay. Yeah. They all look the same on the front.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm on the game plan now.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you for joining us, Don.
Oh, sorry, I missed a lot of it, but I'll be hopping on and off today.
Okay, great. Let me see here. We have the Landscape Architect Committee is scheduled for next. Do we have everybody? We have Blair, we have Frank, we have Robert Campbell. Okay. Would the Landscape Architect Committee like to start a couple minutes early, or would you like to wait until 8:30 and take a quick 3-minute break?
Hey, Michael, this is Blair. I think it'd be best for us to wait until 8:30, the official start time.
Okay, great. Then we'll just take a quick 3-minute break, and we will reconvene at 8:30.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Hey, Michael, this is Blair.
Sorry, I was on mute the whole time. Thanks, Blair. It is now 8:30, so we will begin the Landscape Architect Committee meeting. Just for the record, or anybody new that has joined, there was a statement of necessity that was read onto the record at the beginning of today at 8 o'clock by Maria Bush from our legal department. So that will be sufficient for the rest of this meeting. At this point in time, I will turn it over to Mr. Blair Parker for a call to order.
That sounds great. I would like to call this meeting to order, the Landscape Architect Committee meeting. And let's see, Michael, how are we going to do this? You gonna restate everything, the date and all that kind of stuff, or is this handled first thing in the morning?
It's my understanding that handling this first thing in the morning is sufficient for the day.
Okay.
When I made the announcement this morning with the date, that will carry over.
That sounds great. So let's have a roll call, please.
Okay. Mr. Blair Parker.
Here.
Mr. Frank Waxter.
Here.
Mr. Robert Campbell Jr.
Here.
All right. The committee is fully accounted for.
Thank you. I also understand that it looks like Maria Bush is on the line as well.
I am here. Thank you, Blair.
Great. Thank you, Maria. I think you all know, I know that you know, we have the last year or so, we have talked about making modifications to the landscape architect rule to give the committee and the board a little flexibility with applicants that have extenuating circumstances. And I know you've heard this several times. I would like to share one more thing with you. And if I can share my screen with you. You all see my screen?
Yes.
It begins email from September 2017. Since I've been on the board, it seems we have at least 1 or 2 applicants per year that have that don't meet the absolute letter to the law of everything that's in the landscape architect requirements. And yet, I think that most of us as professionals would look at their experience and look at their school and so forth, and would all agree that, yeah, they certainly probably should be considered for licensure in our state. So I just wanted to reinforce, in case there's others who are listening to this meeting that don't really know what this is about. I think that this applicant, the situation for this applicant is a great example of why we would like a little flexibility in the landscape architecture rule. And I'm just going to read the middle part here. This individual has a degree in architectural design and planning degree, and he does not have a degree in landscape architecture. The school that he went to, Clemson, they actually started the landscape architecture program 3 years after he graduated. But here's the situation. He lists, I have an accredited architectural design planning degree. I have worked for a registered landscape architect for 33 years. I took and passed the National Landscape Architect Registration Exam. I gained initial licensure in California in 1988, and then the states of Texas and Georgia by reciprocity. I have maintained my landscape architect licensure for 29 years. I have been a full member of ASLA for 22 years. I am a member of CLARB. Projects I've worked on have won ASLA awards. I applied for and was turned down for reciprocity in Tennessee in 1995. And looking at this gentleman's experience and his education, whatever, I'm wondering why he would not fit into our overall licensure pocket. So if anyone out there is wondering why we would need to, and I'm not going to say loosen things up, we just need to give the board a little flexibility in evaluating the applicants that come through. My opinion is this applicant is well qualified to be a landscape architect licensed in the state of Tennessee. That being said, Maria and I have started talking a little bit about how we can handle this. And Maria, you may have some ideas as to how we approach this.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was double muted, so I had to undo that. Yeah, so Blair has expressed that, we want discretion in the rules for the board to be able to grant licensure to applicants who are very well qualified, as Blair has just demonstrated to all of us. So I looked at, and Blair sent me, where the architects have discretion and the engineers have discretion, and some of that language. A lot of the good language that I think would be appropriate actually comes from the statute. And as you all know, I can't petition directly to change the statute the way that I can to change a rule. We do have the ability to submit to the legislator to change the statute, where that would give us more discretion. But as far as like going through the process, we would have to go through rulemaking. And so I sent you all, I know Blair got the email of some proposed language. Frank and Robert, did you all get that?
Yes.
I did.
Okay, and so I just kind of mirrored some of the rule language from the architect side, but my only concern is that it seems like the architects have somewhere else that they can, if an applicant wants their degree to be considered substantially equivalent, they send that off and then it comes back to us. And so just in your all's profession, is there somewhere that you guys know of that you can submit a degree to be considered substantially equivalent? Because the issue that I've told Blair that I wanted to talk about with you all today is that, you know, we can submit this rule, but I'm going to get feedback, particularly I anticipate from the Attorney General's office. If there's language in there that says substantially equivalent, then we're going to need something that defines that. And then if the board has the ability to determine substantial equivalency, then we're going to need those factors laid out, just because we're going to need the person applying for this license to be on full notice of what's going to qualify and what's not going to qualify. So I know I talked a lot, but I guess my first question would be, do you all know of any organizations within the landscape architect, you know, community that it's known, okay, you send off your degree here to get evaluated? Is that something that exists like it does in the architectural world, or am I off track there?
Maria, I'm not aware that there is such an organization that would do that. CLARB may offer that. I'm not sure.
Okay. So then at that point, then we would need to take that language out. So I just kind of want to brainstorm with you all. I mean, in this case that we just saw, this individual had an architect. Is that correct? Yes, he had an architectural design and planning degree. So is there a list of degrees that you all would like to include if someone has an architecture degree and then paired with, say, you know, 5 references and experience? We just need some kind of list of factors that you all are comfortable laying out so that we can use that as a guide moving forward.
Yeah, I understand that. And frankly, looking at this one example, he says accredited architectural design / planning degree. I don't necessarily believe that's a degree in architecture. You know, that may be I don't know, that may be an equivalent to an engineering technology degree. I'm you know, for the engineers, I'm not sure. We can certainly clarify that, but I understand. So let me check with CLARB and see if they have any ability to, you know, if they sort of offer this. I do know that he has told me just in conversation that this program that he got his degree from was really the precursor to the official landscape architecture program. So I don't know that really means anything, you know?
Okay, absolutely.
But,
yeah,
but
so
this
I guess
individual's been
kind
in
of,
this individual's been in the profession for a long time, working, you know, under somebody for 33 years. And he has a degree in a design related curriculum. I don't know, Frank and Robert.
This is Robert. I mean, we do that through NCEES. They do equivalency evaluations. And then we also have on our side, Maria, Dr. Smith, who's a former, you know, educator, that evaluates curriculum to see if it's equivalent. So I would think that CLARB has got either that ability, or maybe there is an individual out there that could be used to do that, like we do on the engineering side.
Yeah. Because like when I was looking at it, I mean, I totally understand. It's kind of been the question, well, why don't landscape architects have this discretion like the other professions do? And like what's coming up that I'm seeing an issue is that the discretion's not there because some of the alternative, you know, options don't exist as straightforward maybe as it does for the engineers or architects. So as long as we can come up with something that's valid and that the board can use in the future if there are board members who come on and, if they can use it. So I guess the main thing is that we're not just saying, okay, the board has discretion. Well, we need very clear guidelines for what that discretion would look like.
Yeah. This is Frank. A couple of things, kind of like Robert was saying, the NCARB for the architects has a method of evaluating experience for equivalency. And
Okay.
one thing I might suggest, just looking at what Blair has on the screen here, this person apparently was initially licensed in California, but got reciprocity in Texas and Georgia. And it says both those states have a method of proving that they're minimally qualified. So it might be good to investigate those states if they have that available to them.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great, and we can pull that language and then mirror possibly, our rule on what other states are doing.
Right.
That's a great
Yeah,
suggestion.
I like that too. Yeah. Okay. I will also check with Clark and see, how they can work with this as well. If they have an equivalency test, that's a great idea too.
Great.
So, yeah, and
Thank you both.
Go ahead, Marie. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I was just going to say, so we're not continuing to drag this out. If you all would be willing to work with me, we can email back and forth some language so that by the next meeting we have just concrete language that can be voted on at that time. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there if you all would be willing to review in the interim of the meeting, of the next meeting.
I think that, my opinion is, I think that'd be a good idea. I don't want to move too fast on this, because when we do this, it needs to be accurate, correct, and everybody needs to be in on it. So
Absolutely.
yeah, guys.
I'm good with that.
I am as well.
Great. Thank you all.
So we'll move forward with that. That sounds good. We've had certainly many other applicants that have come in and it's interesting, like a gentleman came in a couple of years ago who he had been licensed in like 8 states or something. He'd been licensed for over 25 years or 30 years, and yet he did not have a degree in landscape architecture. So we need to determine whether or not we're going to hold steady. Do they have to have a degree in landscape architecture, or do we have that flexibility, and how's that going to work? But all that to say, it's a dilemma from time to time. So anyway, thank you all. I appreciate it. And I guess that's the new business. Any additional new business?
This is Frank. I don't have any.
I don't have any either, Blair.
Okay. I don't either. And I believe that's probably it for the Landscape Architecture Committee. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
This is Frank. I move we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Appreciate
Thank y'all.
Wow, that was quick and efficient. I appreciate that, everybody. This meeting line, due to reporting notice requirements, we cannot start the next portion of this agenda until 9 o'clock. So this meeting will stand in recess until 9 a.m.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. We are missing Mr. Tibbs.
Okay.
Would you, Rick, would you like to give him another couple minutes, or would you like me to give him a quick call?
Are we, I'm looking at the, I don't think that we're going to have a long conversation on about the architects meeting. I think law and rules might take a little longer, but yeah, I think we can give them a couple more minutes if that's okay with everyone else.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'll
Yeah.
I'll try and give him a quick ring real quick just to prod him.
Yeah. Okay. Frank, are you there?
Rick, I am here.
Good morning.
Morning to you also. And 15 other people. Or
Yeah.
14 other people.
If everybody's on board, hey there, everybody.
Okay. All right. I'm here.
Hey, Brian.
Hello. Good morning. All aboard.
Okay,
Sorry.
everyone. We
Sorry about
have
that, guys.
not a problem. We have, let's see, it is 9 a.m. And just for those of you who have not been present, and I'll be doing this pretty much all day, a statement of necessity and the date of today's meeting was read onto the record at the 8 a.m. start. So it will not be necessary to do those again for the rest of today. So with that, Mr. Thompson, if you'd like to call the meeting to order, then we'll do a quick roll call and we can get into business.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michael. I would like to call the meeting to order. And if you would make the roll call, then we can get down to business.
Sure. Mr. Thompson.
Present.
Mr. Tibbs. I think you're muted. There you are.
Yeah, you're present.
Okay. And let's see, Mr. Wagster.
Here.
All committee members present and accounted for. Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir. All right. On the agenda, I think, does everyone have their agenda handy?
Yes.
Looks like it's going to be a fairly short meeting in terms of new business. And Michael, I will present this as a question to you and staff. The potential law, rule, and policy changes. That's the from what I can tell, the information that's on the next meeting for the law and rules, for the definitions.
Yes, as a matter of fact, definitions came up during the Interior Design Committee, and currently the Definitions Committee stands tabled. After consultation, it was agreed that it would best the definitions package would best be moved forward as a whole, as rather than individually. And my understanding is that you all, as the Architects Committee, were still working on your definition.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Rick, this is Frank. I checked the latest NCAR model law to see if they had given us an update, and that's still what they have published is still the 2018 version. If you remember, this summer in June, they were supposed to present the revised model law regarding the definition of the practice of architecture.
Yes.
And apparently that has been put on hold due to the COVID situation.
Okay. Okay. I know it was in flux. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't something that we needed to make sure we talked about today. So that's already been addressed, and we don't have to go over that again. Even in the it won't be in the law and rules, but I just want to make sure we got that covered. So, all right, the on our first bullet point in our business is the applications and audits for review. What do we have open on that that we need to discuss?
I don't, this is Frank, I don't have anything to discuss. I might
Yeah.
ask Michael if things are going smoothly as far as getting those to us and us getting those reviews and approvals back to the board.
Well, we do have one item, and Frank, I believe that you might want to maybe expound upon this. We have had some items come up that I think we're wanting to discuss about old NCARB records that we have on file for reapply applicants, and whether or not we can accept records older than 5 years.
Yes.
So what we have done here, and I think Maria may want to jump in if I start to get this wrong, but we have checked, and what we found is that there's nothing in our laws or rules that say that you have to have a new NCARB file submitted. Rather, they just have to prove that their record with NCARB is up to date.
Yeah, I think when I looked at that, and it's been a day or two, but my recollection is I was suggesting not going to old records past 5 years old. In other words, I don't want to go to a record we've got archived that's 20 years old. Or maybe there's another, I hadn't talked to Rick or Brian about this, but maybe there's another time limit on that, but I think we ought to set one of some kind.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We don't want to go way back. I don't know. Like you said, I don't know what's the right time though. Is 5 too short, or 10 seems too long though? I would kind of agree with that. It seems like there's somewhere. Maybe 5's good. I don't know if there's somewhere in between or somewhere around 5. But yeah, I do agree with you. Sometimes it seems like we goes way back.
This is Maria. I just need for context. Can you all tell me what kind of records are you stating that we set a time limit for? I know the references have a 2-year time limit, but when I reviewed this, I was kind of looking at it from the perspective of like this might be old transcripts or test scores. And of course, there's no need for that to have a time limit on. So what kind of things are included in this that need the time limit?
Well, I think we're depending on the Tennessee Board's archives that we're checking. And I'm just not sure if we have a record that's more than 5 years old, if there haven't been, issues in the last 5 years that, or let's say 8-10 years ago. But anyway, if we go back 5 years, if there's been a problem with this person 3 years ago, then that could be a problem. I'm just saying.
So like any discipline from different states wouldn't be reflected in that record.
Right. It wouldn't be in a 5-year-old record if they were disciplined 3 years ago.
Gotcha. So when I talked to one of the staff members about this, they said that NCARB requires, I think annually, that there was something that the staff member said that, it would be up to date because NCARB requires
Yeah, if you
them
keep
to
up
keep
your
it up to date.
if you keep up your NCARB certificate, you do that annually.
Okay, and so that I told her would be a great qualifier to check to make sure it was up to date. You know, not so then somebody wouldn't be, you know, giving us something from 2010 and they haven't updated since, and then they had felonies and maybe they were disciplined in Texas or something.
Right.
And so that's kind of where I was advising that, you know, if they have the up-to-date NCARB certificate, I don't see an issue with making them go and pay money to get, I don't know, the whole thing pulled. So anyway, that's kind of where I was looking at it.
I don't know for sure. I know when we renew our NCARB, or when we have our annual NCARB renewal, you know, and when I get, you know, pay the fee for that. That's pretty much all you have to do for that renewal. It's like a Tennessee license or any other. There's not a big questionnaire about felonies and that kind of thing. So they primarily use the state information to load that in. So it's a combination of using each other's records. And then, of course, when you're applying at a different state, excuse me, and you exceed the time limit based on that particular state for renewal, if your license is retired or purged or whatever they use terminology per state, after so many years, you have to reapply with everything. And NCARB has all that information, and that's why we use them for that. So I'm not real sure what is the problem. Why are we using something in our files that's 5 years old? I mean, are they reapplying directly to the state, not through NCARB? Is that what I'm understanding, or?
That's right.
Okay. So are they residents, or is this out of state? I'm assuming it's residents.
That I can't tell you.
Just for their Tennessee license.
Yeah, that I can't tell you. The complaint that I heard or saw was that it's expensive to go back if you haven't maintained your NCARB certification to go back and get certified so that you can apply for reapply for a Tennessee license. You know, obviously, if we have archived and record of their NCARB certification, then it's a reapplication, I would think.
Yes, that's correct, Frank. The one that I believe the one that we're specifically talking about or that came up recently was a reapply.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't mind, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't mind holding the hard line and saying, you know, get certified with NCARB. But I think us as a board, we need to make that decision.
I think that as we go, as you know, we're talking about having to do NCARB's work here to recertify or allow someone else or someone to get licensed in Tennessee again. And I don't think that that's our job. If you're trying to get your license renewed in another state, you have to get that information from NCARB. And if you're not doing the NCARB, they're responsible. They are responsible to provide you with information, to provide us with information that we can use to get them get their license renewed or whatever that they're trying to get us to do. But I'm with Frank. I think that it's their responsibility to provide us with that information, current information. And unless we want to say we'll whatever you got on file, you know, it's for 3 years or whatever is fine. But that seems like a lot of work for us, and it's not really keeping with all the other states.
Gentlemen, if I may, really quick, I would point out that Kara Evans, the staff member who has been working on this issue for us, is present on this call right now. And if you had specific questions, she would be more than willing to do her best to answer them.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi,
Morning.
I just came into this meeting, so I think I've missed some of it. But our biggest concern with our applicants, I've pretty much put the reapplies on hold because there have been, so many asking in regards to this situation. It is they're considering it a financial hardship on them because it's a high cost to have that file transmitted, and I'm not against them having to do it. But one thing in particular is it's across the board, whether they have a license in another jurisdiction or not, or they just have their Tennessee license, and this is the only place they've ever been licensed, and they've let it lapse. Upon reapplication, traditionally, as a policy, we've required them to send that in. I have one in particular that all of his licenses are expired, even the ones that he had in other jurisdictions, including his Tennessee. And of course, INCARB is also requesting for his case that we send something in that says we'll accept his file as is because everything's expired. So, it's not just a one or the other, it's an across the board situation. My biggest concern is I have one, that was submitted back in 1994, and then the other was 1982. So, in my mind, obviously those would need to be resubmitted, but it's work is essentially stopped on those because those individuals don't want to move past it, and they knew the meeting was coming. So we made sure, gave them plenty of time and informed them that we were going to bring this to the board. But like Michael mentioned, I am more than happy to answer any questions in what I've been dealing with if you guys have them.
Kara, this is Frank. Do you have an idea of, I don't really have an idea if you have dropped your NCARB certification, how much it costs to reinstate it, but so I don't know what kind of financial hardship that is. I know I just renewed mine for the year about a month ago, and just on a normal basis, it's $225.
It's not even so much of letting the certificate drop. That's not a situation. We have people that have kept the NCARB active, but maybe their licenses are lapsed. That's the one. One particular applicant that I have, his name is Andrew Pulliam, is in that, the one that I mentioned momentarily, or a moment ago, I'm so sorry. It's around $1,100 for them to have the file retransmitted to us. I haven't calculated the total cost. I know there's some penalties because they have to pay the renewal. If they've let it totally lapse, they have to catch up on the renewals. So, I mean, it has potential to be big, and a lot of concerns that have been brought up to me, everyone faces something different, but a lot of the concerns that have been brought up to me is not having worked during COVID, and things being shut down of that nature. So that's just one of the things that were addressed.
What late are you referring to the late fees? What the late fees are they our state late fees, or are we referring to NCARB renewal late fees?
NCARB renewal late fees is what I'm speaking about right now. Our late fees, if their license has lapsed, they essentially just pay an initial license fee. So we don't have the high cost that NCARB does, as far as having the file transmitted.
How long has this been license been? How many years has the license not been active?
For the one particular individual that I addressed?
Yeah.
Okay, for Andrew Pulliam, let me get him pulled up quickly. It'll just take 1 second here.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm sorry for the delay.
That's okay. I'm hesitating on it just a response because it's like in some ways it's just when we're in business we have to there are just some financial sacrifices we have to make. We all have to pay these things. I mean, I do have sympathy for $1,100. I mean that just gets costly. But I don't know. I'm a little torn on it. Maybe because I've been paying a bunch of fees lately, but I mean, but nothing of that magnitude.
Yeah.
So I have some sympathy there, but
Well, Pulliam has been expired since 2013. He has spoken. Now I've spoken with him, and as have several other coworkers. But he has expressed to me the last time I spoke to him that NCARB. He even told NCARB he was going to pay the $1,100. His other side was that we needed to accept his file as is because his which is an easy email. If his other jurisdictions are expired, that's what NCARB is concerned with. But his has been expired since 2013. His certificate is active, like his file is active with NCARB. But there's that astronomical fee with regards to the situation, or what they consider to be an astronomical fee. I mean, $1,100 is a lot. So, but I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to get these people appropriately licensed under our rules and regulations. I just need to be able to have a firm direction in which to provide them and to head in myself.
Kara, this is Maria. I'm just wondering what exactly is the fee associated with? Because I think that makes a big difference for us. What do you know, or
that's to have the file Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. Because if you have the active certificate,
that is for them to send the file for NCARB to send the file to us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is he a Tennessee resident and he wants to renew his Tennessee license, or is he out of state?
No, he's a Tennessee resident wanting to renew his Tennessee license.
7 years. It's from 2013.
Yes.
And if we were to waive that because he's a Tennessee resident, and he has got to provide everything that we need to prove that he has not done anything that he shouldn't have done, and he's got to have his continuing education, and he's got to have all that documented, even if we consider it. I mean, he can't just walk in and say, "Oh, I'm from Tennessee. There's a COVID issue here. I haven't been licensed in 7 years. I picked up a little project, and this isn't fair." Well, that's not fair to everybody else either.
No, that's not what I'm saying by asking these questions. I do apologize, but what it is that they're concerned with the cost. They're not wanting to. I've had one applicant now tell me that I was being ridiculously difficult in requesting what we request from a normal reapplication. I mean, there's a process to everything. They understand that. This gentleman is very understanding at this point. It comes down to the cost of the file. He did start out with us, and I do apologize to give a little clarity. As an Ohio licensee coming into the state of Tennessee, he's a Tennessee resident now. So his Ohio license is expired. His Tennessee license is expired. And he's just trying to get his Tennessee license back.
But his original license, his home license, was from Ohio.
Yeah.
So okay, that's different. That's totally different. If he had started in the state of Tennessee, then his home license would be Tennessee, and that's different than starting off in Ohio or Oregon or wherever, moving to a state, and all of a sudden that becomes your home license. That's not the same situation.
No, you're right, Rick. That's not.
So do you all, gentlemen, have any thoughts on direction, how to proceed with this?
This is Frank. Given the circumstances that I'm hearing, I think he needs to bite the bullet and pay the fees if he wants to be registered in Tennessee.
Well, it is an across the board situation. So, I don't have a problem with that. And Mr. Pulliam is fully expecting, because, all of our applicants or reapplicants that have questioned the need to send in the file have been told there is no guarantee that we can use the old file. Please understand, you may have to have this one sent, but his is just one example of many. So there are other licensees that have gotten their initial license in Tennessee that have let it go and want it back. So our decision on this would be an across the board situation that every reapplicant, regardless if they initiated out of state or not, is going to need to send in a file.
And you've been getting this a lot lately. It's almost like the first time I've heard of it. I wonder if it's just because of the times.
Yes, we've been getting this a lot lately. It's at first, it started out with, when I first came on, I wasn't handling this aspect of the applications. Now I have been for the last month and a half on the reapplications. Sandra Sandra Dunlap, who is my coworker, had the first initial question regarding this, and it may very well be the times, but I at that time had not had any, and then got a flood. Like nearly everyone has asked. I have had one applicant that did not question anything, and he just had his file transmitted, so he's about to go out for approval this week because he's completed all of his steps. But this is in dealing with other applicants, and I didn't find anything in the rules and laws. So of course Maria took an additional look at it for me, and I understand it a board policy. I just need to be able to have something firm to say this was decisioned on this day that we do require this.
Rick, this is Frank, but I believe we need to just require it. It needs to be the same for everybody.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I agree too. It's hard to change, all of a sudden. I don't know if if they can have a conversation with NCARB or something. Oh, one other last question. Is the $1,100, is that hopefully the most? Is that the most extreme one?
To my knowledge, that is the top. I mean, I imagine that if they're expired fully and they have to catch up on the renewals, that it could cost more. But $1,100 is the standard to have it transmitted.
Yeah. I think at this point it's kind of hard for us to change midstream. That's what I want to say. And it's because it's wouldn't be kind of globally fair, but we can certainly bring this up. Maybe, I don't know, guys, at our next NCARB meeting, maybe, about people. And we do talk a lot about not wanting to hinder the process. We could talk to them about maybe there's some kind of way they can look at situations differently, or look at every situation differently. I don't know, but I do feel like at this point it'd be kind of not fair for us to change midstream, I think, based on this particular one anyway.
Well, another thing, I know, Brian, you and Rick and Paul are registered in multiple states, and we have gone through NCARB for, transfer of our information to those states, and we pay the fees. And so I don't see this being a lot different from that.
Frank, I agree, Frank. But I'm curious where the $1,100 comes from, because I think that may be some. I'm not sure why. I don't think I've ever been charged that amount of money from NCARB to transfer my information to a state.
No, it's usually about $500 or $600.
Yeah, I've done
Or
it.
less.
It's $450.
Yeah.
$450 was my last one. So,
yeah.
Well, I don't know where his $1,100 is coming from, but I don't think that's unless he's got to do a lot of stuff for for NCARB, and then whatever late fees they're putting on him or we're putting on him. That I don't get the $1,100 amount. But regardless, I think where we are in terms of keeping up your certifications and continuing education hours and all the things that go along with being licensed in multiple states and your home state. I don't think we waive this just because he says it's too expensive.
I agree.
Me as well.
Okay, it sounds like, just for clarification, we're looking for the standard operating procedure here. Fees aside, I think the question is, how far back is a record considered usable?
I personally, I think 3 years is enough, not 5. I mean, if you let your license lapse for as long as he has, then that's just that's too much in my opinion.
Excuse me, are there any other comments on that?
Well, no, I can go along with it. I know a minute ago I was saying that maybe more. I guess I was being a little generous there, but I could go along with that.
Yeah, this is Frank. I can go along with 3 years. Do we need to take any kind of action on this, or is this just knowledge that you can take forward?
I'd say just for making it official, if we will entertain a motion and have a vote.
Let me ask the question before we do the motion. So the reason we are going back 5 or 3 or 10, whatever it is are we doing this for Tennessee resident license holders, or are we going to accept these applications without the transference of the NCARB information on a per application basis? I need that cleared up. I'm not sure what we're doing here.
Well, this is, as Kara said, this would be an across the board. This would be applicable to everyone, not just Tennesseans, but folks wanting to apply from out of state.
So what we're saying then is they don't have to get NCARB to submit a current NCARB file.
Kara, is that correct?
Okay, so what you asked was we're not having to get NCARB to submit an NCARB file?
Yeah, that's my question. If there's a 3-year grace period or whatever you want to call it, does that allow them to reapply directly to the state and not go through NCARB?
No, sir. I want something if we're doing so for instance, general reapplicant, doesn't matter where they're from originally, every reapplicant has to provide an NCARB file. If they've not, if their NCARB file that we have on archive or on file for them is no less than 3 years old and you guys agree to that, then I want something from them that shows that they renewed their NCARB file. That is my idea behind it. If I'm not having to have a new file transmitted, I want something that shows you're active with NCARB. And I need to be able to go and see that because I can go to the NCARB site and view that file or view that information. If we need to have a new file sent, then we need to have a new file sent. I think that around 99 or 97% of the situation, you're going to need a new file sent regardless. I don't have any reapplicants now that would have something on file with us that is 3 years old or less.
Yeah. Well, and that seems fair because actually, one state recently, I had to go through the entire process again because my license, I had not worked there in 5 years. I had to do every single thing I had to do, just like it was a brand new application. It wasn't a renewal. So
Mhm.
they had let, I guess there was a 3-year lapse from, I think it was Oregon or Washington State, but I had to be current with NCARB and in everything else, not necessarily there, but I have been current with NCARB, and I guess Frank, Brian, if I go back and get current, if I haven't done NCARB in 7 years and I go back and get my NCARB certificate, I've got to go through that process again to get NCARB. So
Yeah.
if I wanted to skirt this situation, and I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it from the other side, I go back to go through NCARB and I get my certification. They're going to require all that information. I don't think they're going to say, okay, we've got this on file. We'll just use that. I hope they don't. But I'm just wondering if we're opening a box, Pandora's box, saying if you're certified or NCARB, you're active with NCARB, have you been active the last 7 years that you haven't had a license, or did you just renew, and what kind of requirements does that require? I don't know. So that opens up another question to me. If they're active, what do they have to do to NCARB to get reactivated?
Yeah. Well, let me. This is Frank. Let me attempt to make a motion, and then we'll
Okay.
knock it down if we have to.
Yeah. We're going over here.
But what I would like to move is if a reapplicant has a verifiable NCARB record on file, then we're willing to go back 3 years if we have archive NCARB files. We're willing to go back and allow our archive file that's 3 years older or less to be accepted without having NCARB transmit a new file to us. Boy, that was a struggle. But I think that's what we're trying to get across.
I'll second it. I do want to make a comment, but I do second it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, as per the rules, then now that we have a sufficient second, are there any other comments?
Yeah, all I want to say is just kind of going on the record that I know NCARB, sometimes this sounds like a bad thing, but they actually save us all the state money, actually, because they're keeping a lot of the stuff and doing a lot of the stuff that if they weren't doing it, we'd be doing it. So it's very valuable of what they do for our profession. So I do just want to make sure that goes on record that this is not us trying to add a layer. This is actually helps us out in the long run. So I just wanted to say that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tibbs. I did the best I could with my writing to keep up, so bear with me. We have a motion now that reapplications with verifiable NCARB record of 3 years, that we would allow our archive files to be accepted without an NCARB transfer.
Well stated.
Okay, thank you. I will now call the roll for the vote.
Excuse me. This is Rick. I'm sorry. Is this something that, Brian, you've just made me think about this. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to talk to NCARB or any other state to see if this is something that they do, just for my clarity. I don't know. And if that's a possibility before we make this motion or vote on this motion, I'm just asking the question. Brian, because what you said is that's why NCARB's in business, is and that's why we're members of NCARB, so they can make sure that we're covered, and the local or the state, they don't have to do all this work to go and verify that all this information is correct.
So are you saying that we should look into it more about what others are doing? Is that what you're saying? Or the only reason why I hate it, well, my concern about waiting is as I think Kara said, there's becoming a backlog. And although I'm sure they would all wait if they found out something different, but we could be talking months before we're able to really kind of, it could be that we still, well, I guess this is just my opinion, and I'm sure we're in the discussion period, so we can still talk, but I guess I would say we should keep it going so that there's not a traffic jam, and kind of follow what you're saying, Rick. We could still, for 2021, kind of look and see if there's other states that are dealing with this differently and talk to NCARB about it. But right now I think we need to keep moving.
Why don't, if it's a right now situation, can we, as a board, we can approve individual applications under certain circumstances, instead of going across the board and saying it's a 3-year deal for everybody. That I don't know how that impacts NCARB and our relationship with NCARB and what they do for us as a state, and what other states are doing. Not that we can't do what we want to do as a state. I'm not saying that, but we've tried to get as mainstreamed as we could with NCARB in the other states. And if we need to act on this as an individual basis, and what are the reasons behind the application, I have a problem today saying that we're going to do 3 years without a little more information as to why we would do that.
Well, Rick, this is Frank. The thing that makes me feel comfortable about saying this is, yes, we're willing to go back 3 years without getting the transmittal, but we're also going to verify with NCARB that they are current and what their situation is before we do that. All we're not doing is we're not requiring NCARB to transmit that to us.
But we are as a state going to be reaching out to NCARB on these individual applications to do that.
That is correct.
And this is going to be across the board. Somebody from New York or wherever can apply to the state of Tennessee for a license. But if we don't have an NCARB record on that person, then they've got to send us one, right?
Yes, that's right.
We're only looking at renewals for the state of Tennessee with people who have a background of licensure with us for 3 years.
Yeah, we're only looking at reapplications, not just renewal. We're looking at reapplication.
Okay, so that 3-year period would be from the time that they reapply. So
yes.
Okay.
My thought is, if it's before 2017 right now, then we're not going to allow it.
So that eliminates this guy who's at 2013.
That's right.
So he's got to do it anyway, and he was prepared to do that anyway.
That's right.
Okay, all right, that clears it up for me. I'm sorry, I got lost in the conversation.
Well, the motion still stands, has been offered and seconded. Would you like me to repeat it, or are you all prepared to vote?
Why don't you repeat it, Michael, and then we'll just call a vote.
Okay, the motion.
We're all clear.
The motion before the committee is the reapplications with verifiable NCARB record of 3 years or less. We allow our archive record to be accepted without further NCARB transferal. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
Good motion, Frank.
Thanks, I think.
Oh, no.
If there's no other business, I move we adjourn.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is there anything else that's on that could be on the staff agenda that's not on here? Because I don't see anything else that would keep us from adjourning. No?
Not me.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I would like to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. And we, let's see, 9:46, we will move right into the Law and Rules Policies Committee meeting. I believe we have,
You guys are cracking me.
sorry? Okay. Laws and Rules Policies Committee, I will go ahead and call this roll. And then, or actually, Mr. Thompson, as the chair, would you like to call it to order and then I will call the roll?
Yes, sir. I would like to call the Law and Rules and Policy Committee meeting to order.
All right.
And
I'll commence with the roll. Mr. Thompson.
Present.
Mr. Campbell.
Here.
Mr. Parker.
Here.
Ms. Doss. Okay. Ms. Ware.
Here.
And Mr. Birdseye.
Here.
Okay. All right. Only let the record show that Melanie Doss, who is visibly present, is not able to be on vocally. So, Mr. Thompson?
Yes. I see here the looks like we have one order of business, the potential law, rule, and policy changes. And I would like to defer to legal to bring us up to date on what we need to be looking at in regard to that. So with that said, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is Maria Bush. So the biggest update I have right now is that since our last meeting where we had our rulemaking hearing, the PDH continuing education rule has gotten approval from the governor's office post rulemaking. So you have to have it pre-rulemaking and post. And then we submitted to the Attorney General's office for constitutionality review, which you have to do before and after. So I just got those back this week, actually. And then our next step will be to make final edits and send to the Secretary of State for publication, where it will sit for 90 days. And then I will go in front of the Joint Government Operations Committee, answer any questions that the legislator might have. And then the rules will become effective 90 days from the publication with the Secretary of State. So we're looking early January for all of those to become effective. We discussed with the Landscape Architect Committee some rules that might give them discretion in approving education. And then I think with the Architect Committee, we're waiting on a definition from NCARB for model rules that we can then take all different disciplines and submit a full package of definitions for each profession. So that is my update. I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any of the board members have questions regarding this?
Sorry, one more thing I thought of. It's not at the top of my
agenda right now just because we haven't had the engineers committee meeting. But we do have a rule that was drafted by Tony, my supervisor, back last fall. And that rule will be kind of discussed, just make sure we're all on the same page at the engineering committee meeting. And then once we get that, it'll be submitted to the full board for review tomorrow for everyone to vote on. And then we can have a rulemaking hearing for that. And specifically, that just makes official what the board looks at when approving progressive experience for the engineers.
Rick, this
Yeah.
is Ricky. I had a question on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Maria, on the file that was sent to us for this meeting was on that engineering experience.
Yes.
When I look at it, the very last item on there, F, that reads, at least 1 year of engineering experience must be completed, looks like a repeat of a sentence that was added to E3 above. Looks like the exact, it looks like just the exact same thing repeated.
Gotcha. Thank you for pointing that out. We can definitely amend that, and then I'll take that out.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Sure.
This is Robert. Just this rule that we're looking at is something we've just, like Maria said, discussed for a while. It's a sheet that we use currently to kind of help us look at progressive experience. So this just kind of codifies that, I believe, is the purpose. Correct?
Robert, this is Maria. That was my understanding of this, that because it just affects the applicants, we just needed it in rule so that it'd be official and they'd be on notice of how we determine what qualifies as progressive experience. So you're correct.
Yeah, I think that's what Tony had discussed. Well, you're right. It's been a year or so ago. So good deal. Okay, thank you.
So in order to get any kind of a motion from us today, if we need a motion, how do we incorporate what we've just talked about for the engineers? Are we good with that before the committee meeting, the engineers committee meeting, or do we need to wait on your deliberations and then take that into account tomorrow? I'm asking the question for because I don't know.
Because it's so specific to the engineers, I think we can just get their vote. If you all would like to make a motion that we, present to the board tomorrow, because it will have to be discussed by everyone and voted on by everyone tomorrow. But if you didn't have any questions or concerns about it, if you'd like to make a motion to move on to the board approval tomorrow, then that would be fine. I was also going to get a motion from the engineer committee on it.
So would we just defer the full law and rules policies, law and rules motion until tomorrow to be able to incorporate this? We can do that, can't we?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Just to make it clean.
Yes, that would be fine.
And then tomorrow, when we make the presentation to the full board, then what we can do is what we've done today is just defer back to legal, and you can take it from there, and then the full board will understand what the issue was. Does that sound reasonable?
That does. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, do we need any kind of a motion on that, or can we just defer? How does that work?
If you all want to make a motion, you can. I don't think it's necessary. Like I said, I'll get the engineer committee to vote on it this afternoon, and then we'll need the full. I guess technically this is a weird one because it was discussed prior to me coming onto the board, and so it's kind of already. It's not like at its inception, it's already kind of have the ball rolling on it. So we don't have to have a motion right now.
Yeah, it's going to be easy just to add that to the motion tomorrow. I just wanted to make sure that if we just needed to defer the motion until tomorrow, then if that's okay with everyone, that's what I would suggest.
Great. That sounds great to me, Rick.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. What else do we have that we need to discuss today on the committee? Anyone have anything that comes to mind? No?
Kathy, I just want to ask, is it appropriate that where we are with regard to the definitions committee, that maybe that particular issue be rolled over to the laws and rules committee at this point, or should we keep it in its own committee going forward, or what's the best way to handle that? And I just bring it up because of this discussion that we're having relative to progressive experience coming out of the engineering committee.
Kathy, so I think because the definitions will collectively affect the board, it's not just specific to one discipline. I think it's appropriate to keep it within this committee, and then we can move forward once we have pieces from all of the different, professions. Does that make sense?
Well, until you got to the point where you said this committee. So which one are you talking about?
I'm sorry, the laws and rules. There's a law and rule. There's a definition. Are you saying there's a definitions committee separate?
Yes, Maria, there is a definitions committee that has taken this on. And pardon the interruption. I was just sensing the confusion.
Sorry.
And that we had, you and I briefly spoke about the other day when we talked about moving the definitions package forward as a whole. That does come out of the definitions committee. And I believe, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, you are asking, should the definitions be moved to the Laws and Rules and Policies Committee? Would that mean you're suggesting that the definitions committee be removed?
Well, I'm not recommending it. I'm asking what the process should be in light of this discussion relative to, we had something coming out of engineering committee, the progressive experience, and how we're going to handle that. I just want to be consistent. So are we at a good point to move something or keep it the way it is? I'm just asking for guidance.
I would keep it the way it is. Michael, I don't know if you have anything different, but I mean, once the definitions committee, we can move forward and make changes and that kind of thing once we get something from the architects. So just because it's not specific to one profession, I think it's fine if we keep it where it is right now.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. That sounds good. I agree with that completely. So, all right. Any other topics that we need to bring up today? Thank you for bringing that up, Kathy. It was a good topic. So, anything else? Okay. So, I guess we understand how we're going to proceed with this tomorrow. And if there is no other business, then I recommend that we adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
My pleasure.
And way to keep us back on schedule. Good job. It is now 9:59, and in just a few seconds, we will start the engineer committee meeting. I'm sorry?
No, I said thank you. The reason I was pushing is trying to get us back on schedules. I know that our friends in the engineering committee have a lot to discuss. So.
And thank God y'all actually made a difficult decision on the architect committee today. I was surprised.
Thank you, Robert, and we're looking forward to hearing your definition tomorrow. So.
No, you're not. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I am excited about it. Truly excited. Thank you.
Thank you all for that comical interlude. Let's see. It is now 10 a.m. and as stated before, the statement of necessity and date had been given at the beginning of the day. So with that, I would also like to remind anyone who is currently listening that if you are not speaking, to please mute yourself. And that's just a general bit of housekeeping. So, Mr. Heathcote, would you call the engineering committee to order, and then I will call the roll.
I would be delighted to, Michael. We are officially, and in accordance with the laws and rules and regulations of the state of Tennessee, as duly noted and advertised, calling the engineering committee meeting for Wednesday, October 7th, 2020 at 10 o'clock to order. Michael, would you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Heathcote.
I am here.
Mr. Bursai.
Here.
Mr. Campbell.
Present.
Ms. Ware.
Here.
Mr. King. I believe Mr. King, there he is. Okay. All right. All members of the committee are present.
Very good. Thank you, Michael. I think the first item on our agenda under new business is applications and audits for review. I think the only thing that I have is the one I've just received from Stephen Francis Burke. Is that correct?
That is correct. We only have one this time.
Wow, unusual. Okay, Michael, would you like to walk us through this?
Actually, I would defer to Wanda Phillips, who is on here, and she has been dealing directly with the application. Wanda?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Wanda.
Mr. Burke, he's a reapply applicant, and when he originally applied, it was under the MS degree law because he does not have an undergraduate engineering degree, but he does have a graduate engineering degree. And it was reviewed by Kathy and Ricky. Kathy approved, but Ricky said that he would need to have the degree evaluated by NCEES since that law is no longer in effect. I sent it to Mr. Campbell, and he also thought that he would not qualify now. And the question is whether we could approve under the previous law, since when he first applied, it was under the MS degree law, or does he have to meet the current law?
Can I ask a question? This is Alton. Can I ask a question of the three individuals on the engineering committee who actually reviewed this? When he applied originally and the original law was in effect, was he granted a license?
Yes, he was. That's why he's reapplying.
Hey, Wanda. Alton, this is Ricky.
Yeah.
I'm missing that, Wanda. When I looked at the application, the answer that he gives on have you ever been licensed in the state other than Oregon is just Texas is listed. I can't find any evidence of him ever being licensed in Tennessee before in the application. Again, I may be missing it, and I also can't find any evidence or information about making the application earlier when the master's rule applied, because the date on the application is August of 2020. So I may be missing both of those things. I don't see that in the application.
Yeah, he was originally licensed in Tennessee. That's why he's reapplying.
Why isn't that listed in the application?
I don't know why he didn't list it, but
okay, well that was
let me look and see how long he was registered here. Just a second.
Okay.
And Wanda, while you're looking at that, one other question: Did he allow his original license after approval to lapse for some reason, and is he now reapplying?
Yes, that's why he's reapplying.
I mean, did it lapse? Is he still within the time frame to reapply? I guess is my question.
Well, there is no
Did
specific time frame to reapply. Once you let your license lapse, after 6 months, you have to reapply. He can't renew.
I know, but did he let it lapse 6 months and more? That's my question.
Yeah, I'm checking that now to see when he expired.
Okay, thank you. I think, Kathy, you originally had approved or made a recommendation for approval. Can you help us, give us your thoughts on why you felt he should be approved?
Well, I mean, for all the reasons that have already been discussed, he was previously registered. He allowed it to lapse. He was registered as a licensed registrant in the state of Tennessee under the law in which he originally applied, and now he's reapplying. And it just seems to me that it would be incongruent to deny him registration at this point when he was good enough before. Now, I understand exactly the reasons why Ricky wants him to have a reevaluation, and that's certainly appropriate. I just feel like it's kind of silly of us to have somebody who is qualified and then turn around and say, well, now you're not. I mean, that just seems like it's not in the best interest of the public, but that's my opinion.
Okay, he was originally licensed July 2nd, 2010, and expired July 31st, 2018.
Wasn't that long ago.
So
If you
it's been
said
expired for
he
over
was a registrant in 1974 and he allowed it to lapse in 1980, and then 30 years later or 40 years later he wanted to get reinstated, but it just seemed kind of silly to me to deny him. But that, again, that's my opinion.
Hey, Ricky, this is Alton again. If you had known that he had originally been licensed in Tennessee, would it have changed your, or Robert for that matter too, I think you also did not recommend approval. Would that have changed your thought process?
I think it would have changed mine. Just based on the comments I made, it looks like I was just seeing this kind of as an initial license or a comedy license request, even though it says reapply. I don't see a clue that I knew that he was licensed in Tennessee before, but that I didn't go back and look at the original packet, and I don't see anything in the packet that was sent to us this morning that said he was licensed before, other than the word reapply. But so I do think it makes a difference, and it also, he's got a lot of experience working as a mechanical, 30 plus years of experience. So I'm open to what the rest of the board wants to do here. I just didn't want to approve somebody with a geology degree unless we all talked about it and knew what the reasons were.
But again, going back to that central question, if you had known that he was originally licensed in Tennessee and it just lapsed, would you have you think you would have recommended him for reapproval this time?
I think I would have at least said, hey, this person doesn't meet our rules anymore, but let's talk about it as a committee. That's probably what I've done, because I don't like to. I mean, when we go against one of our rules, I like that to be a group decision, usually. Or
okay, Robert, do you have an opinion since you had a chance to review this also?
Yeah, and my opinion is this, is that I understand that he was licensed before. I knew that going in. However, the rule that he was licensed under no longer exists. And we get the opportunity on every reapply to evaluate that applicant based on what our rules are. I mean, we look at a lot of different things. For instance, what if that applicant has a mitigating factor? So it's not automatic that we give reapplication just because somebody has been there. And I certainly believe if a rule, or actually to state law, that allowed him to get licensed in the first place is no longer the state law, then that certainly is something to consider in a negative way about his licensure. I mean, I don't know how we can go against current state law. I know how we can, we've got some opportunities when it comes maybe to our rules, and we've got some opportunities maybe when it comes to policy, but this is a state law that we're evaluating his application against. And that was my reason for really saying I need to get some legal authority to do that, because I can't violate what state law says, even though they were before. So I'll shut up. But that was my interpretation.
Okay, very good. Michael, is Maria on the line with us?
She is indeed.
Maria, I would ask you, is there precedent for this?
I'm sorry, I'm really struggling with the mute button this morning. But yes, I reviewed this and I've talked to Stuart about this particular individual as well. And we're in agreement that we're comfortable you approving the application. He's been licensed in the past, and I understand what Robert's saying. It does look counterintuitive to current law. However, I think because if this was just someone who was an initial applicant in his first time, it'd be different. And I would go with what Robert's saying is like, you can't, it's clearly against our law. However, not that there's a grandfather clause, but I think him being already registered here before and it's a reapply, that you all would have the discretion to approve his license.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. That's very helpful. Ricky, does that help you?
Yes, that helps me just to know that is, per our legal, that is an avenue that would meet the legal requirement.
Robert, does that have any effect on your perspective? Robert, you may be muted. Are you still there?
Sorry, I didn't hit the unmute button. Yeah, I mean, if legal gives that opinion that that's what we're allowed to do, then I certainly think he has the experience and everything to go forward. But again, that's we need to make sure that, as Maria said, that we don't apply grandfathering criteria to even reapplicants, because we have to evaluate those reapplicants based on their current set of criteria. And just to say somebody's grandfathered almost makes the reapplication process a moot point. So but I'm okay if they're okay in this particular instance.
Okay. And the one person that we haven't heard from is the old sage, Steve King. Steve, do you have any thoughts or comments about this?
Well, I would have agreed with Robert. I would have thought the window to use the master's degree would have closed, and sort of like he let his license lapse. So when he went out of the room, you can't get back in until you make the rules. But that's my engineering opinion, and I guess I'll concede to whatever the attorneys think. But my intuition would have been that he would have had to make the current rules and law.
Okay, given the information that we all now have, is that enough to call for a motion?
I think it is, Alton.
Ricky, would you like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the applicant's reapplication request.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Kathy, was that you?
Sure.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Michael, would you do a roll call vote and remembering that I think Steve and I are excluded from voting on this?
Yes, sir. Okay, the motion to approve Mr. Burke's application. Let's see. Mr. Bursai,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Not that it's going to matter, but no.
Ms. Ware.
Yes, but Robert, we still love you.
Well, I knew your love was not waning. I just knew that I was going to get outvoted. So I'm fine.
Unconditional, brother. Unconditional.
I understand.
Okay, very good. We have Michael, I believe we have a 2-to-1 affirmative vote for his renewal.
That is correct. Correct. Motion carries.
Okay. Is there any other business associated with applications and audits for review?
I believe that's all we had, unless you all have items that you would like to discuss.
I don't believe we have carryover items from our previous discussions, unless anybody has any issues or concerns that we have not addressed from previous audits and reviews. Does anybody have anything else before we leave this one? There being none, let's go to the next item on the agenda. That's applicant interviews. Michael, do we have applicant interviews today?
Let's see. I don't believe we do. When I created this agenda, I wanted to make it as broad as possible so that should anything come up in the interim, that we would have the ability to talk about it or also not forget it. But at this point, I'm not aware of any applicant interviews that need to be discussed.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Michael. The next item on the agenda after that is engineering interns out of state and Tennessee. Michael, do you have the information on that?
I do not. This was, I thought this was a carryover item. It was on a previous agenda, so I carried it over thinking that you all would want to continue discussion on it.
That would have been from our August meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'm getting my notes out from the meeting. Does anybody have recollection of our discussion on that and why we asked that it be carried forward?
I don't see anything on our agenda from our last time.
Again, I was attempting to make this as broad as possible, given this is my first October meeting. Just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. So if there is no business to conduct here, then that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Okay. I think some of the things that, well, I guess before we do that, I need to go to the next item on the agenda, and that's potential law, rule, and policy changes. Michael, can you help lead us through that?
I would actually defer to Maria for this. Maria, would you like to give the update?
Absolutely. So, as you all are well aware, and it was just brought to my attention recently, we need to make official the rules for progressive experience that you all use as guideposts for determining that. So I sent out a red line. I hope that you all were able to view that. But this is something that Tony had worked on. So with the approval of this committee, I would like to submit it to the board tomorrow for full review and approval to set a rulemaking hearing at our next scheduled meeting. There is one edit, F, at the very last section of the rule. It's redundant. That requires 1 year of engineering experience to be in the United States. That is listed above. So I just need to edit that. I can do that before tomorrow and then get a full vote by the board. So if there's any questions or comments on that, I'm happy to answer.
I think this is Alton again. I think this has been fairly well vetted. Does anybody have any questions or issues with the proposed changes?
Hey, Alton, this is Robert. First of all, Maria, thank you. That looks exactly like what we had talked about with Tony.
Great.
Getting this put in here. So I think that's good, and that kind of gives us that leg to stand on. As you all remember, this is the form that we've used for a pretty good period of time that was developed by a previous board along with NCAAS, I believe, and that's been, man, maybe 20 years ago or something that was developed. It may have not quite been that long, but a pretty good period of time. So if this helps us, as we evaluate applicants and makes it more consistent, I'm definitely in favor, and the language looks good to me.
Thanks, Robert.
Hey, Alan or Maria, this is Ricky.
Hey, Ricky.
Yeah, I agree. This has been in really a kind of a policy / publication that's pretty much buried in our website, where I have trouble finding it every time I refer to it. So that's why I'm put it in every file I have on my computer and printed it out about 20 times. So it'll be really nice to have it in the rules like this, where everybody can refer to it. So, but this is exactly what we've been using to judge progressive experience.
Hey, Michael, do we need, I thought this had already been approved, but do we need a motion to approve the edit that Maria is proposing?
If you want, you could do a motion, like a joint, to submit to the full board for voting tomorrow, and also with the edit that I'm going to take out the redundant language.
Okay, very good. That being the case, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we submit this for a full vote with the full board tomorrow, after Maria has had a chance to make the edit relative to eliminating redundancy.
Thank you, Kathy. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ricky. We have a second. Michael, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. The motion to defer.
Alton, I have a question.
Excuse me.
Sorry. You go ahead.
This is Steve Alton. I can't find that I got an email from Maria with that documented. I do remember talking about it, but and it may suffice if she could resend it to us after she edits it before the vote in the board meeting. Then I could take a look at it, see if I have any comment.
All right, Mr. King, it should have been in a packet that you received from me as well, but I just resent it to you for good measure.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. I don't think that would necessarily require an amendment to the motion, but we have a motion and a second. Again, Michael, would you lead us through the roll call vote? Steve, are you okay with that, with going ahead with voting?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Michael, please lead us through the roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Burside.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Motion carries. This has been deferred to the full board.
Very good.
Maria, do you have any, I'm sorry, Maria, do you have anything else?
That is all I have right now. Thanks, Michael.
Okay. Alton, we're clear of the agenda items. At this point, I believe if you have any new business, this would be the time to bring that up.
There is a couple pieces of new business, and part of it is actually old business carryover from last time. We had a lot of discussion about the effects of COVID-19 on the ability to obtain the necessary continuing education. And I think last time we all agreed that with all of the things that are available online and the ability to get access to continuing education credit hours, that probably was not necessary. But there was an additional discussion about the review on the policy associated with carryover credits. And I don't know if anybody had time to look at or consider that. We discussed that last time. I don't think we voted on it, or we didn't take any action on it. Is everybody aware of the potential, or not the potential, I suppose, the upcoming changes to the carryover credits, and that some of those would be eliminated, so that in essence we would have to get continuing education credits each year and not cumulatively over a 2-year period, where right now a lot of people are waiting till the 24th month to get their hours in. Does anybody have any
about
thought?
the laws. We're talking about the stuff that Maria reported on that's already been submitted, that's in the works.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
But again, I think that we've already discussed that, but I don't, well, if we voted to approve the rule changes, then I think that we've addressed that issue. Does anybody disagree with that?
Hey, Alton.
Hey, Ricky.
I was looking for my notes. What I remember, which is always dangerous, is that we were going to end the practice of the carryover hours at some point from term to term, but I was thinking we were still talking about obtaining the continuing education within the 2-year renewal, and just not counting carryover.
That's correct.
Prior to 2 year. I don't remember restricting it to saying you had to have 12 per year. I do know that part of the discussion was allowing people to change the way they tally their hours to end at the year end, because a lot of other states do, but I don't remember that we brought that up. But anyway, I just remember the 2-year period, not necessarily the 12 hours every year.
No, we did have discussion about 12 hours every year, because I know that some of the other states do require that. They don't allow you to accumulate all of your hours at, like, for example, what a lot of people do, and we've seen this before, in that 24th month. They do require documentation that you acquired each year you acquire the commensurate amount of, like, for us, be 12 hours in any 1 year. We did discuss that, but we didn't take any action on it, or we didn't make any recommendations about it. We just discussed that it occurred in other states, and should we consider it. And again, we've already voted to approve the changes to the laws and rules, which generally says that we're going to stick with the way we have it, or the way it's presented in the laws and rules.
Got it. Okay, that sounds good. I don't think I would be in favor of requiring 12 hours per year. I'm okay with somebody getting more in 1 year than the other. Just, it's one more record keeping thing to keep up with that I don't think is necessary.
I agree, and that documentation sometimes is somewhat challenging. So, if there's no discussion on that, there's two other items that I'd like to consider. One is consultation between board members, and I very clearly understand what the Sunshine Law disallows, but quite honestly, each of us is sort of charged with reviewing complaints or other items that I think I would anyway, get great value from in consultation with other board members before I offer some opinion or resolution or recommendation about. Again, it's not a decision-making process. We're not voting on anything, but I'd like legal's opinion about our ability to consult with other members of the engineering committee when we have questions or concerns or would like a second opinion or an alternate opinion, particularly when we're reviewing complaints and or applications for licensure.
Thanks, Alton. So I just want to make sure before I answer the question, is this the current practice of the board or the committee members that you all communicate? Okay.
I think it's been pointed out to us by staff, senior staff, department staff, that we're not supposed to communicate on any items related to things that will appear before the committee and the board until the board meets. And sometimes it would be significantly beneficial if we could consult with one another, particularly if somebody has maybe particular experience or expertise, that we know about, and to consult with one another and get advice or counsel or an alternate opinion. Not for the purposes of voting, but simply to help aid in the review process.
And Maria, if I may, this is Michael. Alton is correct. We send, when we do send anything from applicants' files to complaints for review or anything along those lines, they are sent individually. And in most cases, with the exception of the applicants, in that case, we have two people reviewing those applications. But when it, as it comes to complaints or anything of that nature, it's just sent to the one person.
Okay, so I will say, you said what I was going to say already, that you can't communicate outside of just the because of Sunshine Law, any email communications regarding just discussion, that would be considered discussion. And so that is not allowed under the Sunshine Law requirements. I don't know. I would have to consult with Stuart and kind of get his opinion on this as well, but it might be something to where you could relay your comments and then those could be given to legal or to Michael, and then he could then express those comments to another board member and solicit their opinion and their view on it. That might be helpful, but as far as any discussion would go, that would have to be in the form of an official meeting. And I know that's not what you want to hear, and it's not efficient, but it's just the way that we have to comply with our law and rules.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. That's what I strongly suspected. You're right. I don't like it, but and I don't think it's as efficient, but I understand what the rule is and will continue to abide by it. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Hey, Alton, it's Robert. I just want to make sure. So if I've got a complaint in front of me or whatever, and I don't understand what a term is, I'm going to use the term heat exchange or something. and I want to call Ricky up and say, "Hey, Ricky, what is meant by the term heat exchange?" With no giving up of the applicant's name, any of the details, and just say, "Hey, I'm reviewing this complaint. Here's a term that's used. What's the definition of that, or how's that typically used in the industry?" That would be something that would be I'd have to put in writing and get back to legal.
I just think it gets murky, and so just to keep it completely transparent and open, because it relates back to a complaint, and that complaint affects the rights of that person, and so just to keep it as clear as possible and keep us all out of any possible trouble, or then the best way to do that would be to communicate through legal, and then also you can discuss it at the board meeting, because that's what board meetings are for, to discuss complaints. And so that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Are there any other questions or comments about that? There being none, I have one other item. I've looked for some time now at the number of members that we have, that we serve as a board, and there's a significant, I guess, weighted number of engineers, 4 to 1 at least, over any other discipline. And I know the way the board is constructed now, there are 3 engineers, 3 architects, an interior designer, a landscape architect, and an at-large board member. But in view of the fact that we have an overwhelming number of cases compared to everybody else, we have probably as many or more applicants to review each month or each meeting for licensure than anybody else, and we have a much larger constituency in engineering than any other discipline. Would it make sense to have or consider adding more full board members to engineering in the future? Whether it means converting the associates to full board members or just adding board members, whatever mechanism we do that. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments on that?
Alton, this is Michael. I'm not sure of the process. I'd have to look that up. I know that this at this point it's getting into statute amendments to the statute, because the statute defines the board composition. So that would that would be a legislative change.
Yeah, I realize that, and I know that would take time, but if there is justification for it, if this committee and maybe the full board feels like there may be justification for it, would it be worth pursuing?
Alton, this is Maria. That is something that all legislative changes, they have to be approved up through the commissioner's office. So that is something we could definitely include as a proposal in the packet, and then they would determine whether or not they would submit that then to the governor's office. And then that's how departmentally we would get, legislative amendments. Is Casey on the line by chance? I don't know if
Casey is not here.
Okay, I just don't know if that's something maybe that the association would be interested in, as far as having a bigger representation on the board, to match the number of licensees. So that's just something that came to my mind. I'm not really sure, not advocating for or against, but it is a consideration that I thought of. So just something to consider.
Okay. Thank you. I really would like I'd really like to hear some of the thoughts from the other board members, of other committee members about that.
Elton, hey, this is Ricky. I think that so if I mean, it sounds like it would be a big deal, as we know, to change the statute in terms of the board composition. It probably would kick back to, maybe kickback's the wrong word, choice. It would probably need to be justified by continually being late on review of cases and applications. And, that could get into maybe we kind of focus on with the staff, how are we doing keeping up with complaint cases and applications? Are we dragging things to a point where it's affecting timelines too much? Maybe some feedback on that, and from, as you said, board members, are we spending more time than we think is reasonable on reviewing cases?
Yeah, Ricky, I was kind of thinking, but obviously that's an element of it, but I was thinking more about equal representation. When you look at the makeup of the people, the individuals that we represent, I mean, the engineers make up 3/4 or more of the total population that we serve.
Hey, Alton, this is Robert. From a workload standpoint and all that, I'm not sure that's a good deal. From representation, um, I'm just wondering, is there a particular instance where you think that we were underrepresented or something happened that we weren't able to find a resolution between us and the other members of the board?
There have been, I won't quote a specific instance, but there have been times in the past where I have actually felt like there were, I don't want to call it votes across party lines necessarily, but that the engineering community may not have been the beneficiary of a vote. But again, look, the statute is what the statute is right now. I understand the difficulty. I don't want our excuse not to do it to be because it's hard to change a statute. If nobody else feels that it should be weighted the representation, nobody else feels that way, then I'm content to drop this and have no more discussion about it.
It's Robert again, and again I keep going back to, and I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm just trying to think back on my 9 years or so on the board, and really I can only count probably half a dozen times where there's not been a unanimous vote, and crap, I probably cast 4 of those. So I'm just trying to think of times that we've not been able to come to an agreement on something, and I can't pinpoint anything. Maybe you've got, again, better recall than I do on that, but I'm just not sure that we've got a huge problem. I don't care if it's hard. We need to fix it. I'm all in favor of fixing it, but I'm just trying to figure that part out. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Kathy. Alton, I would echo what Robert said. I'm not coming up in my admitted withered memory at this point of everything that's gone on in the past 5 years, but I can't think of an area in which we've failed to reach what I would consider a good equitable solution on anything simply because of party lines. I actually think that it's one of the really good things that there's architects and engineers on the same board who would indeed have different, if you want to call them loyalties. I think that's probably even too strong a word, but we do seem to agree on what's best for the public, the health, safety, and welfare of the public, almost unanimously after sometimes what feels like exhaustive discussion. So I really appreciate and value the voting structure and having the interior designers have a vote and the landscape architects are represented. I feel like it is a very, very good structure, which at times lends itself to discussion that to the casual observer is probably way more than is might be needed. And that's why we stay to sometimes till 5:30 in the afternoon. But it's all good. So I'm not I really don't recall issues that have been polarizing in any way that would suggest that engineers have gotten the short end of the stick simply because we were not represented proportionally. So I'm not in favor of a change at this point, but I'm happy to listen to anything that would jar my memory otherwise.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Let's again. I don't have anything else that I would add to that right now. And if that's it, I don't have anything else that's part of the agenda, even under old business. Does anybody else have any business to be brought before the committee?
Yeah, I do have, Alton, this is Robert. I do have one thing, and again, this kind of predates Michael, but we had split up kind of responsibilities at one time as we start looking at alternate paths to licensure. I think I was looking at the masters. I can't remember what it was now. That's how long ago it was. Somebody else. I mean, we had 3 or 4 things we were looking at: technology degrees, and some other stuff about ways that we were all going to kind of champion and look and see what the, um, what we might be able to do. And I do think we need to kind of revive that, and have some discussions on those things and get information together on those things going forward, because just as we had a case today with somebody who had a master's degree that came in and out, I don't think that's the first time we've had something like that. Obviously, we've had technology degrees and other things. We still got the early test taking portion, and I know that's been kind of turned over to societies, but I think we need to keep that in front of us going forward and see if there's some other resolution that we can have to those issues. So I'll try to look in my notes and see what I've got and send it to you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Robert, the ones that I had were definitions, the path to licensure through either ETAC or masters, decoupling. I think there was one other one too. Although I'm struggling to remember what that was, but at least those 3, and I think there was one more that each of us were charged with responsibility of. I know that we're near the end, hopefully, of definitions, but the alternate path to licensure and the issues associated with decoupling are still out there that have not been addressed. And I do remember last time that you asked that they continue to be added under the old business part of the agenda. And you're exactly right. Those are things that we're charged with doing, and we should try our best to get accomplished.
Alton, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's Casey. I just wanted to make sure legally that or on the record that everyone knows I'm in the room.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey. This is Michael. Alton, if I may, in tomorrow's full board agenda, we do have under old business decoupling, technology degree, and QBS update.
Terrific. Okay. Who's making those presentations or addressing those?
When I had sent this agenda out, that was, I believe, a suggestion from Mr. Bursai.
Yes, and I had originally thought those would go in the engineering committee meeting as old business. I think we'd had that comment within the past year or so that our old business section of the engineering committee meeting had kind of dropped off the agenda. But I mean, it can work in the board meeting too, but I do think it's right that we're talking about it now so that we know who's going to report on those things and what we're going to say about them.
Yeah, they can definitely be kept on tomorrow's agenda, or if you all want to have those discussions now and then report out tomorrow, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
Yeah, I had something for this engineering committee, both on the decoupling as well as technology degree, that I can say whenever the right time is, Alton.
I think probably now is the right time.
Okay. Well, I was just going to report on decoupling that I'm serving now on the NCEES committee. It's the MBA committee. I think they have one board member on that committee. Just I'll find out why, I'm sure. But we've had a first meeting of the MBA committee, and I'll just report it sounds like states continue to adopt decoupling, and in this meeting there were only maybe 8 or 9 MBAs, but of those, 3 of those, Nebraska, Arkansas, and West Virginia, have recently passed their legislation to allow decoupling. So I just wanted to report that kind of the dominoes continue to fall elsewhere on that.
I don't know how to raise my hand on this function. Did y'all cover that earlier? I have a comment if I'm allowed.
You get, there's a little, yeah.
Is there a little thing?
There's a little thing.
The committee recognizes Casey.
Thank you.
A little guy with the round head.
I see him. Thanks. Sorry. So I think one of the reasons, if I recall correctly, that this was coming back up is there is, I have some concern that it may, that if we are not proactive about addressing that particular quote barrier to licensure in a way that is that the board feels like protects the health, safety, and welfare of the public, et cetera, in terms of what any changes to the Tennessee Code annotated might say, that I'm a little bit concerned that a legislator may try to address that law, and it might make more sense to be proactive about it to make sure those standards get in there, since we are now seeing some folks seeing that has been a barrier, at least to a couple of people in Tennessee.
Hey, Casey, can you help me understand what you're talking about? Are you still talking about decoupling, correct?
I'm talking about decoupling, and now that we've had at least one that I can recall, and I haven't been on your call today, so I don't know if there are others, but folks who have not been able to get a license here because they took their initial license in Tennessee because they took the exam elsewhere early and not in the sequence that our law requires. I know they can come in through comedy, but I think I can think of at least one where that's come up, and I have spoken with one legislator who would consider that a barrier of sorts, and that maybe we should think about addressing it.
So in your conversation with this legislator, and there was some discussion about decoupling, and he felt the fact that we didn't allow decoupling was a barrier to licensure, correct?
That was the conversation. What I told him was, please hold off on trying to address it, because we're having those conversations internally or publicly. These are public conversations, but with the thought that we would find a way to address that in the coming year or two. Do y'all remember all of this? Maybe I dreamt it all.
Casey, this is Robert. Sorry, this is. That's why I asked the question. We had, I think there's a study by UT on the master's degree,
Right.
and they were trying to put some legislation forward. I think some others have tried to put some legislation forward, and we had told them that we were looking at it, but again, so far it's not been on our agenda in a while. And I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying, let's go forward and figure out what that is and get it on here and start being intentional about taking care of that.
Agree. And I don't think it's a big hurry, as long as it's still in discussion. But I think there are some folks looking to be licensed in Tennessee who are regularly watching to make sure that to see where you all are in that discussion.
Casey, this is Maria. I was just going to ask, so are you all thinking a rule change for this in lieu of a statutory change, or I just kind of want to make sure I'm understanding fully?
Maria, my understanding is that it's a law. Robert,
okay.
am I correct on that?
Run that by me one more time.
My understanding that it falls under law, not rules.
About what?
Masters and decoupling.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the law is that you have to have your education, then your examination and experience, right? I mean, it's all in order. That's on the decoupling side.
That's correct, Robert. You're correct.
And then
the
CET is not allowed. The technology is not allowed, and masters currently is not allowed. It sunsetted a year or so ago.
Yes, correct. And Maria, I think if I saw you in person, I think I know where your brain is going on this. I don't think that it necessarily has to be something that is carried by the governor's office, but in the legislators I've spoken with about it, I've sort of said to them that we will make sure that I'll sit down with them when we sort of get that far. They're happy to carry it. I don't have a problem with the profession/industry side pushing for legislation along those lines, but we certainly don't want to be out of line with I think the board recommendation was the pivotal piece, and making sure that what the board thought would make the most sense would be a way to.
So that makes sense. So not something that we would necessarily need to submit internally and all that kind of thing, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page and that it wouldn't be something the board would challenge or that kind of thing.
That was my thought.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm looking at I think it is a law. It is a statute that requires both the degree and the experience in order to make an application for the exam.
Yeah, that's been my understanding from the beginning.
Yeah, and Casey, I agree with the points you brought up. I remember the one case where it happened, and as other states continue to accept decoupling, our expectation is we'll have more applicants like this.
I think the other thing too, Ricky, was there are other states that are allowing licensure through the ETAC process.
Yes, and that I was going to bring that up. And that made, Robert, I'm glad you reminded me that we made assignments on the alternate paths, because if somebody could find some notes on what I was assigned, I haven't found any notes yet. I think I might have been assigned technology.
I've got the minutes. I'm gonna forward those to everybody while we're
Okay.
talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
Or the agenda. I finally found it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Great. I think I was going to take technology, but where I thought we were that within the last year, we've had a couple of applicants come to us with technology degrees, ETAC degrees, but they had enough coursework, whether in a master's program or outside of the technology program, to be deemed NCEES equivalent. And we did approve those applicants. And right now I see that as we've got a rule that flatly states that technology degrees are not an acceptable degree. And with our actions, I think we need to add language to that says except when, to list when you could be approved with a technology degree. So I think that's where we stand, but I'm saying that to hear the others on the committee see what their notes and memories show.
Yeah, Ricky, you're correct. The rule specifically states an engineering technology program, whether 4 or 2 years in length, is not considered by the board to be an acceptable curriculum.
And it just seems like we ought to have another sentence in there that says, or a clause that says, unless the education record shows coursework that is approved by NCEES as substantially equivalent or whatever, some kind of language like that.
That's what I thought we said last time. So I agree with that.
Okay. So that's a future rule change that ought to be on our list if we all agree with that. And, if we I don't know if I think we maybe had a vote, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
One other thing I would point out that the rule also states, which would affect decoupling, is 0120-01-.10, part 2, kind of the last sentence in there. Unless otherwise noted above, an applicant's engineering experience must be obtained after graduation with the qualifying degree and completed by the date of the examination. And unless otherwise noted above part is if they got credit for a master's degree, or if they got credit for a cooperative education degree, not degree, but they got credit for a certified co-op program.
Thank you, Alton. I just wanted to ask really quickly about the engineering technology program. So there's a lot of different rules and kind of in process right now. I'm working with the landscape architecture boards on providing discretion for them to be able to approve certain degrees. So that I will present at the next meeting, and I agreed with all of them that I would work on some language and then that could be approved at the next meeting and then set for rulemaking. So if you all would be okay with that, I would also like to get some language, and I'll send it out to you all on like blind copy, and then you can provide me with feedback on whether or not that's the language that you're going for, if there are any comments, and then that way it'll streamline our process for the next meeting so that we can hopefully get a vote. Does that sound okay with everyone?
That'd be great. I really do appreciate that help, Maria. It seems like there's a lot of offering to help move us forward, and I can tell you that's really appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely, Kathy. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Maria, thank you.
Hey, this is Alton. If I have a second, this is Robert. I think I forwarded that to everyone on your email. I believe I had on alternative path to licensure, I had master's degree. And I appreciate the discussion on technology and some other things. But we need to discuss each one of these. We had a list of who had all the technology degrees and who allowed and didn't allow and what conditions. And some had extra years of experience, some didn't. We just need to try to address that with all these other, international. We've had some issues with international degrees, and we've talked Washington Accord and different things. And I think we just need to make this a little more streamlined than what we have right now, rather than trying to rely on our memories all the time about what we did and didn't do.
Well, I have a question. Do we not do, I know we do minutes of the meetings with regard to the AE board, the formal big board. Do we not have a process by which we have minutes to the committee meeting so that we know what we've done for exactly this reason? Have we just not ever done that? Because it sure would be helpful to be able to know what's coming up 2 months from now. I feel like I'm not being much help here today because I can't remember what happened yesterday, much less what happened in June or July.
Kathy, I think I generally try to keep some minutes. I mean, that's nearly impossible. I don't have recorded minutes, but I generally try to keep general minutes of the meetings. And I can look back now that Robert has sent the information on the actual date that we had those discussions. I probably can look back and see what I've got. And I will try to do that.
Well, Alton, I'm not trying to make more work for you. I totally, understand, and you're doing a great job trying to keep up on everything. It does seem like this committee has extensive conversation every time we get together. We can't hardly ever get out of the room because there's so many meaningful conversations, and because we have such a break of 2 months between meetings, and here we are discussing things that were last documented in February. It just seems like we probably need a slightly better process. And again, I'm not trying to make work for you, but maybe it would help with the churn so that we're just not constantly treading water on these things, maybe make some progress on some of them.
Kathy, this is Michael. I've just went and tried to look through some records we have here. I'm not quite able to find committee meeting minutes. However, we do have ways that we could potentially start doing that. These meetings are obviously recorded, so we should be able to go back and create some meeting minutes out of those recordings moving forward.
And Kathy, this is Alton. Looking back through my notes, we did discuss decoupling engineering technology degree master's degree in international, and we had asked for input from the societies, TSPE, ACEC, ASCE, Structural, IEEE, and SAME, and then also from external groups like universities. The appointments were Steve was going to be the point person on the international degree. Ricky was going to be the point person on the technology degree. Robert, and with some aid from Dr. Smith, was going to be the point person on the master's, and I was going to be the point person on the decoupling. That's from February of 2020.
Well, Michael, if you can help us with coming up with some minutes that jog our memories and without placing the burden on Alton to keep up with all of that, then maybe together, and especially if we can get those out shortly after the meeting. I will say, when we do the review of the minutes to the meeting for the big meeting, and I haven't seen the minutes until maybe a week before the actual board meeting, it's hard for me to remember whether or not that stuff's accurate. Sometimes I catch stuff and sometimes I just go, well, I guess that's what we talked about. But if we can get the minutes out in within 2 weeks even of when we have these committee meetings, then we could go back and forth, and time is of the essence with regard to recalling the important details there. So I think that would be a huge improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Noted. We will work on getting those out to you in a quicker fashion.
Okay. Everybody, thank you very much. This is an enriched discussion. And Robert, thank you for bringing that up. I know we kind of pledged to do that last month, and I'm grateful to you for bringing that back up. And again, as you said, and all of us agree, these are really important issues and items that we really do need to be considering and discussing and coming up with or formulating some kind of an approach or a recommendation for what we do and how we do it.
You're welcome. Proud to be a burr into the saddle.
There is one other item. I think it's time that we vote on a new committee chair. This is the October meeting, and I believe it's time that we take nominations for a new committee chair for the engineering committee. Michael, am I correct on that?
I'm going to have to take a look at that, Alton. I didn't see this on a past agenda, so let me double check it.
Okay. While I don't know if you're going to check it right away or that's something that you need time to look for, but in the interim,
I'm looking for it right now. Okay.
If we can, let's sort of all agree in honor of Robert's eloquent delivery of the message. Let's all agree that during our December meeting that we be at least somewhat prepared to discuss each of the task assignments that were given us. And Kathy, there was no intention of leaving you out of that, but you had already spent so much time on the definitions that we sort of forgave that responsibility, these responsibilities to you because of your hard work on definitions. So,
well, bless you for saying that. I do remember that that's why I got a pass, but I do appreciate it.
Okay. Michael, do you need additional time? Do you want to bring this up at a later date, or how should we do this?
I think I am going to need to bring it up at a later date. I'm not seeing, I'm looking at last year's October committee agenda, And I don't see nominations or voting was set to take place in October. So you may have a better recollection of that than I would, obviously, because I've only got these agendas to go on.
It's the will of the committee. It wasn't on the agenda today. Should we wait and put it on the agenda for December and just carry it forward, or would somebody rather we go ahead and make nominations today and proceed on?
We'll
Yeah,
wait till December if that's preferable.
yeah. I was going to say maybe we'd remember to do it if it occurred in the last meeting of the year. Every year, it seems like I was the committee chair that preceded you, and I think it went on more than a year, and it got to the end of a year. From memory, and I think I just said this seems like a good time to get a new committee chair.
I think that's good too because of the June, July transition for the full board chair. So there's some continuity and overlap. I think that's a really good policy.
Okay, help me clarify this. You're not saying wait until June and July. You're thinking maybe the end of the calendar year to make
No,
the
I'm saying,
transition, or
yeah.
you?
Yeah, I'm saying what Ricky said is go with the December meeting where you have a new committee chair and then you have 6 months of overlap with the old AE board chair and the new AE board chair.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, if that's the case, we'll take, unless anybody else has any dissenting comments, we'll take it up in December. And Michael, if you don't mind, please put that on the agenda for December.
Yes, sir.
Along with the alternate paths to licensure.
And Alton, thanks for finding those notes. I think you said they came from February 2020.
Yes, sir.
I think that was the last meeting we had face to face, correct?
Did we meet in April? I thought we met in April.
I was thinking that was a virtual meeting, but
yeah, everything kind of got shut down in March.
Anyway, I was going to blame it all on the virus, just to give us a pass there for letting that go.
Let's go with that. That sounds
okay.
Good.
I like that.
Okay. All right. I think, is that all of the business to be brought before the committee?
One thing I'll do, Alton, I just want to recognize you for, I was invited to come talk to senior mechanical engineering class at the University of Memphis about engineering. And it was a virtual thing. And I invited Alton to come help me talk, and so they could be enlightened by a civil engineering graduate. And it was great. There were 40 plus students in on this Zoom call, and they now know all about the FE and the PE and how that happened. So, Alton, thanks for doing that.
That's really a lot of fun. I'm really fortunate to get to do that at a few other locations, and I always really enjoy that. Ricky, you're the one that cobbled it together and carried the meeting, so you don't have to thank me. All right. Is any other business before the committee? If not, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I will make that motion.
Since the motion to adjourn takes precedence over all other agenda items, we are officially adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. See you in a while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael, Michael?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask you to stick with me or can you call me here in just a second and let's talk about the grants, the higher
Yes, sir.
education?
Sure thing.
That'd be perfect.
Okay.
Thanks, Michael. You got my cell phone number, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
Hey, Michael, are we going on pause? Are we pausing the recording and coming back?
No, we're going to go on pause. This meeting is going to stand in recess for lunch until 12:30.
12:30. Okay, so I'll just put that up on the screen then.
Okay, that'll be great. We're our first committee back at 12:30 will be the Grants to Higher Education Committee.
Okay, gotcha. Sounds good.
Welcome back, everybody. When we last spoke, it was the morning, and now it is the PM. So we're going to get into the Grants Committee, the Grants to Higher Education Committee meeting. And as stated before, the statement of necessity was read this morning. Legal has advised that that is sufficient for the day. And just to be clear, as we resume our afternoon session, that this is Wednesday, October 7th, 2020. And Mr. Alton Heathcote will call the Higher Education Grants Committee meeting to order, and I will take a quick roll, and then we can move forward. Alton? Technology. All right, he's still here.
Hey, everybody, this is Alton. Is everybody else there?
We were just about to have you call to order, and it appears as though I think Mr. Tibbs may be the only one we're missing.
Well, where in the world is Mr. Tibbs?
I believe that was a game show, wasn't it?
I would be glad to do that. Before I do that, I'd like to officially welcome Melanie Doss. I'm sorry. Melanie, thank you for joining the Grants Committee, but more importantly, welcome to the board. We're awfully glad to have you and appreciate you joining us and filling in for Susan, who was absolutely a godsend to this, not only this committee, but to the entire organization. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I know there are big shoes to fill, and I'll do my best.
Okay, well, good. Michael, I would like to declare that this meeting of the Grants to Higher Education Committee of the state's licensing board for architects, engineers, interior designers, and landscape architects is being called to order in accordance with all of the guidelines and statutes required that were duly published and noticed. Would you lead us through a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Heathcote.
I am here.
Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Mr. Tibbs. Mr. Tibbs is not present. Mr. Brickta.
Here.
And Ms. Doss.
Here.
Okay. And before we get into this, I would like to remind everyone, if you're not speaking, to please keep your microphones muted. We are picking up some background noise from somebody. And with that, Alton, I give the floor.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks very much. And again, everybody, I don't know if you know the extent of work required in putting this together, but I wanted to give a personal thanks to Michael, who has spent a tremendous amount of time inputting this data, receiving all the comments, formulating everything, and this is a significant task. And I'm very grateful, Michael, to you for the work that you did and cobbling all this together for us. So,
my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks. I'm assuming that everybody has received all of the university's requests for grant funding? Has anybody not received those, I should ask?
Let's see, shortly after 11:30, after our last session broke for lunch, everyone on the committee should have received an updated Excel spreadsheet from me.
Yeah, I was thinking more, Michael, about the specific requests from each of the universities.
Oh, you're talking about the proposals in general.
Correct. Yes. Did anyone not receive that? Anybody on the committee not receive those or have a chance to review them? Hearing no comments, I'm assuming that everybody has had a chance to review them, and then therefore there are a couple of issues that we need to address before we launch into the spreadsheet. One is that for those of you that didn't notice, there is a requirement that each of the universities specifically designate an account for where these funds will be deposited, mainly for our own edification, but also for the state's audit and tracking system. Some of those did not provide that information, and Michael will reach out to each one of them individually to request that they provide that information. The second thing is one of the universities, Christian Brothers, I believe I'm right,
in December, so we decided to send out a blast with all the extra info in it.
Well, I guess the reason I'm asking because I can write up something for the if we all agree to have the.
Hey, Michael, are you still there? Hello.
Hey, Alton, this is Maria. I don't know what's going on with the background noise, but I can hear you.
Yes, sorry. Somehow, somebody logged on that had. I actually don't believe that it was him intentionally, but somebody logged on and we've got him on mute now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so the other one that we were discussing is Christian Brothers, and I don't believe, Michael, there were any others that requested this, but they requested funding for interns. And I know, Melanie, that you weren't with us at the last grants committee special call meeting. We had a similar situation come up, and the way the grants laws are structured, we cannot fund salaries for the universities. And so what I've asked Michael to do, and I want the grants committee authorization to do this, is to request that Christian Brothers revise or amend their request submittal to remove the reference to asking for $5,000 for intern salaries and ask for other items totaling $5,000 that would be eligible under the grants to laws. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments about that? If there are none, Michael, do we need a motion to give you authorization to make that request, and then subsequent to that, to review their resubmittal and duly authorize it?
Alton, this is Melanie. I think there is another proposal that includes a salary for teaching. I'm looking through to see which one it was, but there was a request for $7,500, I believe, for a salary for a summer instructor. Is anybody else run across that?
I'm looking through those right now.
There was one request that was asking for a stipend for some people.
Yes.
There was asking for what? A stipend?
Yes. I think it was UTC.
So I think, in other words, what I'm saying is there's probably more than one, and would Michael need to go back to all of them, I guess, and ask them to amend, or do we just eliminate that line item from their funding and reduce the amount of the grant that is awarded?
Well, we'll get into that part of it just a little bit. The fact is, just generically, this year, unusually, we have enough money allocated to fully fund everybody's request. And we would like to be able to do that, but in order to do that, we've got to ensure that they meet the grants guidelines. So if there are others, I'm looking at the UTC, I'm assuming it's the UTC engineering.
Yes, Alton, I found it. It's number 2 on their list, and it's calculus tutoring program for incoming engineering freshmen, I believe. Is that, Melanie, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you, Melanie. Good catch. Well done. So, and again, oddly, it's also for $5,000, the same as Christian Brothers. So in that case, then yes, we do need to expand Michael's notification to include the UTC Department of Engineering and to advise them to please do the same thing as we're asking Christian Brothers to do, and that's to revise or addend their request to include $5,000 for other program necessities that comply with the grants law. Does anybody have any other thoughts or comments about that?
I do have just a general question. In the extra money from, and you all will need to help me understand how this works. If there is extra money left over from these, from the funding of these grants, is that the money that goes to the special grants that Susan allocated to give to certain programs for community service or something relative to that? Is that making sense to anybody?
I don't believe that's the case. Normally, this is, every year these universities have the same protocol that they have to follow. And we try really hard not to have funds left over, but I believe in this case, even this year, there would still be a little over $4,000 left. But I think that goes back into our general fund balance, general fund account.
Okay. Is anyone familiar with the special grants? For the schools, for the universities?
Melanie, I don't recall seeing anything come in this year pertaining, pertaining to a special grant.
Okay. All right.
Michael, am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that the funds, whatever fund balance is left after the allocations are fully made, goes back into the general account?
That is my understanding. I don't know if it just stays where it is or if it goes back into a general account. Actually, it may still be in the general account and never officially leave, but we do retain that money.
Okay, good. Well, at least until the governor's office says we're going to take some money from this. So again, going back, we have those items that need to be rectified, and there needs to be additional information garnered from each of the universities who either one didn't provide the deposit information, or two need to addend and amend their request to include items totaling, well, in this case, $5,000 each, that are grants eligible. And again, I would like to give Michael the authority to send those requests out. Then subsequent to that, once he receives the request, to review them and make a determination whether or not, in fact, they apply or comply with the laws and award them accordingly. Does anybody have either additional discussions or questions about that? Or for that matter, an alternate plan? If not, then Michael, do we need a motion on that before we go into the breakdown of the distributions on the spreadsheet?
I don't believe it requires a motion, but I'm always happy to entertain one if you would like to do that.
Well, since we would be giving you the authorization to do that, I think I probably, just for logistics sake and documentation, I think I'd prefer that we do it, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Then, given that, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Is that Frank?
No, it's Ben.
Oh, Ben. Okay. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. We have a motion. Is there a second?
This is Melanie. I will second the motion.
Thank you, Melanie. All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there additional discussion? Okay. There being none, Michael, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Alton, this is Frank. Could you repeat the motion, please?
I'm just about to, Frank. The motion is to give, this is Michael, by the way, the motion is to give me the authority to approve subsequent amendments to Christian Brothers and UTC for their grant proposals. Was that in line, Alton, or is that sufficient, Frank?
Well, I think it also included giving you the authorization to send notifications out to those other entities who did not provide the deposit information, and to those entities who requested funds that were not compliant with the grant law. And then subsequent to that, what you just read.
Okay, so then the motion then should read that it will give Michael the authority to reach out to those universities that have failed to provide deposit information on their proposals, and those two universities cited earlier that need to amend their proposals both for $5,000 apiece, and also grants the authority for me to approve those subsequent amendments when they are returned.
That's correct. Okay, so Frank, did that address your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. Is there additional discussion? Okay, there being none, again, Michael, would you lead us through a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Waxter.
Yes.
Mr. Brickta.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, did everybody receive the spreadsheet, the revised spreadsheet that Michael sent out before lunch or during lunch?
Yes.
So, Ben, you have it. Frank, do you and Melanie have it?
Yes, I have it.
Yes, I have it.
Okay,
And I
very
have
good.
it.
Elton, before we go too far, I've got a question. I noticed there's two of the requesters, one of them being UT Knoxville and the other one being Belmont. Both of these schools have both architecture and interior design. And I notice it's not split out in any way. In other words, I noticed UT Knoxville in their proposal, they list architecture, the Bachelor of Architecture, a Master of Architecture, and a Master of Landscape Architecture, I believe, and interior architecture, all in their proposal. And then Belmont, now the O'Moore School and Belmont have gotten together, and they have an interior design program. And from what I read, this year they've started a Bachelor of Architecture program. So I wonder if it was their intent to just go one version. It's like UT Knoxville made requests for architecture apparently, and then Belmont made requests for interior design, but neither split it out. And I don't know if that's a problem or if that's the way they want it, but there is a difference.
Okay, so Frank, on Belmont, I don't think they have. I may be incorrect about this, and somebody help me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Belmont offers an architectural program. I think theirs is exclusively interiors, isn't it?
No, if you read their proposal and their description of their program, part of it says they have a Bachelor of Architecture program that started this year, 2020.
Yeah, they have it. Yeah, let's see. It looks like architecture, interior design, and fashion programs are all part of one school, but their request for funding is specific only to interior design.
Right.
So and they have included descriptions of how the monies will be spent. Looks like specifically for interior design, they don't request funding for any of the other programs, for the architecture program.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true. It says the College of Architecture and Design offers a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree with majors in fashion design, fashion merchandising, and interior design, and now offers a Bachelor of Architecture as of fall 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a Bachelor of Architecture degree is a 5-year professional degree.
But if you look at the breakdown of their request, what they're requesting is for the College of Interior Design.
Correct.
Right, I understand. I was just wondering if they didn't know they had the option or weren't, I don't know how to say that. If they shouldn't have split it up. Same thing for UT Knoxville.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Let's look at UTK's. It says combined proposal. and they have two things that they're asking for, obviously, or three things that they're asking for. Their industrial expert travel for student consultation development when they do their senior presentation program, and then the materials and equipment they're asking for, and their what they call their fab lab, and then the 12 laptops that they requested, which I assumed were a pool that were available to anybody inside that college of Architecture and Design. So, yeah, Frank, I think you're correct. I think they assumed that they couldn't, or maybe they didn't assume it, maybe they just intentionally applied as one unit. And I suspect part of that, I don't know if you were there or not, but some years ago, we actually, when we were able to travel, and we went to the colleges each year. This, in fact, in our October meetings, we got to go to the University of Tennessee, and where we held our meetings was in that College of Architecture and Design. And all of those entities are housed in that one building, I think I remember going to their labs. They all shared the same lab and facilities. So I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't do this, but I'm assuming that their request was for that particular College of Architecture and Design, and they didn't break it down into those individual components or categories.
Right.
I think in this particular case, we put everything under architecture, but quite frankly, out of that 494 student enrollment, 415, I guess that's about 75% of them are architecture students. So maybe that's why they put it under architecture only. Regardless, if you feel like we should do this, or if it's the will of the committee that we do this, I would say next year, if we want to do it, we can advise them that, look, you can break this down into independent categories and ask for grant for architecture, a grant for landscape architecture, and a grant for interior design. But my strong suspicion is because they share facilities and they share resources, it's all going to be used together.
You hope.
Yeah,
we could ask.
If they're happy with it, I'm happy with it. But I just wanted to point out that they lump it all together.
Yeah. We could certainly ask that question and find out whether or not they all share resources and whether they're comfortable in continuing to submit as one unit, or whether they'd rather in future years break it down independently.
These, excuse me, this is Michael. These universities will all be present tomorrow for the presentation aspect tomorrow morning to talk about their usage of last year's grant awards. I feel like this would be an appropriate line of questioning for them at that time, should you wish to pursue that.
Yeah, I
Frank,
think that's
I would nominate you to ask that question.
You got to throw me in the middle of it. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, let's go back. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? There again, did we vote on this? I think we did vote on this.
We did. Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
good. Thank you. That's resolved. Now, again, going back to the spreadsheet, unless anybody has any other issues or questions or concerns before we do this, Is everybody ready to go through the spreadsheet real quickly? Try to be quick anyway.
This is Frank. I'm ready.
Okay, thank you, Frank. All right. So as you can see on the left-hand side of the page, it designates the universities, and then in column C, we do that years ago and to try to give consideration to smaller universities who weren't as maybe well funded. What we tried to do is do what we thought was an equitable distribution of these funds, and we decided, okay, here's how much money roughly we've got or is requested. And based on the amounts that were requested, what we did was we took the total amounts requested and we broke them down into individual components, as you can see here: architecture and design, interior design, and engineering. And then we took half of those values and segregated them into each category. For example, architecture and engineering, architecture and design had requested $46,480. Half of that is $23,240. There were 2 requests, therefore $23,240 divided by 2 is how much we gave each of those universities, each of those schools within the university. Is everybody with me on that? Okay. The other half of the money requested was distributed based on a pro rata distribution predicated on the enrollment, and enrollment as a percentage of the total enrollment. So, for example, if you look on column F, line 25, under Knoxville, UT Knoxville, their enrollment is 3,488 students. Then we have a total enrollment in the schools of engineering of 10,892. So they represent 32.02% of the population of engineering universities. Therefore, the other 50% of that 259,280, out of that other 50%, that 32% of that was dedicated to UT Knoxville based on their enrollment. So their enrollment amount would have given them $41,514, and therefore their total grant would have been $53,301. Everybody following me along line 25?
Yeah.
So that amount was $3,301 more than they requested. So we sort of have a hard and fast rule. We're not going to give anybody more than what they requested. I mean, not unless we have a significant surplus of funds. So if you drop that back and you say, okay, you requested $50,000 based on this grant allocation, you would have been eligible for $53,301, but we're only going to give you what you requested, and that's the $50,000. And you see that carried through on line 25 out to the orange column, $50,000. Let's pick another example, and staying within UT Knoxville, going up to line item 6, in the School of Architecture, Landscape Architecture, and Interior Design, they had 594 enrollees out of the 749 total, which represented 79.31%, which would have given them 79.31% of the total additional amount remaining, 23,240, for a total of 18,431. So if you add that 18,431 to the 11,620 that they got out of their 50% distribution, their total grant amount would have been $30,051. Well, you can see under column G, they requested $50,940, which left a deficit for them of $20,889. So if we awarded them their total grant amount, well, we had a little surplus there too. I'll go over that in a second. But you see in the blue column, column N, their total grant award would have been $30,859, which still would have left them $20,081 short of what they requested. So since, if you look at the total amounts requested that we got this year, whatever the total was, if you total up what we had recommended distributing under that column N, you see that total was $330,900. Well, we've got $400,000 to distribute. So if you continue on down column N to row roughly 40, you can see that left us $69,100 in surplus. Well, if you go over to column P and you look at the difference between what was requested and what was awarded, you see on line 6 that UT Knoxville had a deficit of $20,081. So did UT Memphis, Tennessee Tech, and several others all the way down through there, for a total difference between what they requested and what we funded of $64,346. So in looking at that, we said, well, okay, we've got $69,100 left, and the unfunded portion, if you go strictly by the allocation formula, would leave those other schools $64,356 short. We got the money to cover that, so why not go ahead and give them the full amount of their request? So if we do that and we honor those requests, you can see on, I guess that would be columns Q and R down at the very bottom on line 37. If we awarded everything that was requested of us, we would spend $395,256, which would leave us roughly $4,744 left in the account. But we would have spent nearly all of the money and given everybody what they requested. Does anybody have any questions about it?
I've got one, Carlton. On the
let me recognize Melanie first. I think she started first.
I'm sorry.
Okay. As a new person to this committee, how is this? How are the grants funded in general? Where does this $400,000 come from?
It comes from the fees that are collected, the licensing fees that are collected every year, the revenue that comes in to the Department of Commerce and Insurance from architects, engineers, landscape architects, and interior designers.
Okay. So this is all based on an annual income. from the fees.
Correct. Yeah, we have surplus fees almost every year, Melanie. And I remember when I first started, when I very first was on the grants committee, I think we had $200,000, and I had requested that we go up to $250,000, and then in subsequent years asked that we go to $300,000, and then I was off the board for a 4-year stretch, and when I came back on, it was at $350,000, and our surpluses had continued to grow almost every year. And so we requested that the grants to colleges be extended from $350,000 to $400,000, which we got this past year. That was approved in the budget from last year for this year. And again, that's how that evolved.
Okay, so is it a guaranteed amount of money, or does it fluctuate on an annual basis? So so when you're saying, you requested, at one point in time it was $250,000, and then the $300,000 was requested and so forth, and here we are at $400,000. So if the fees that are collected are less than $400,000, does that mean that the total grant funds would be less than $400,000, or does that money come from somewhere else to supplement to reach the $400,000 that's requested?
No, there are no that's a good question, by the way. There are no supplemental funds. If the budget can't accommodate it, then we don't have a choice. We have to cut that back. Every year we obviously forecast what we think those revenues are going to be based on historic values, and we evaluate how those funds are distributed for operating costs and administrative costs, et cetera. And obviously that $400,000 is an incorporated part of the budget. But if there aren't projected revenues sufficient to cover the expenses, then the entire board would have to decide where to cut, and that's a function of the finance committee. The finance committee would have to make a review and a recommendation to the board on where to cut those expenses. And there's a strong potential that part of that could come out of the grants to colleges. But that would be reviewed every year and allocated every year.
Okay, so is there a need for there to be to withhold some of this funding? In other words, is there a need to keep that $64,000 in the funding for potentially next year, or I guess what I'm trying to glean here is it acceptable to go ahead and grant the total awards and leave $5,000 of funding in the account, or is it best to have more than $5,000 in the account, and use it toward grant funding next year?
Normally, the answer to that is it's not better to leave it in the account for next year. There are times, and there have been times in the past, where the state government says, hey, look, we notice you've got a surplus. We are going to take those monies from you for administrative and operating costs for the state. That's happened 2 times in the time I've been on the board.
Very good.
So it's generally better that we go ahead. Look, the other thing is, and I understand your question, and again, it's a very good question. If the finance committee, it gets information from the staff that, look, it looks like revenues are really going to be down this year. We need to look at this budget really hard, and we need to determine where cuts can be made. Then they'll make them, and then again every meeting we get an update on the report on the condition of the finances, and that budget can be amended, during the year as we go along. Fortunately for us, we generally wait. That's why we wait till year's end to sort of make that determination on how we're going to award these funds, just to be certain that we do have sufficient money in the account and that it doesn't rob from any other critical operations for the administration and operation of the organization.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. That was the information I was looking for, and so thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, Frank, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think we've got a bust in the spreadsheet. It's in the interior design distribution. If you'll notice column F, those percentages add up to 63%, not 100. Now the percentages above it are not correct based on if 381 is the number of total enrollment, because those don't divide out to those percentages. The only good thing about what I'm saying is all of their requests are fully funded in the Q&R column. So
yeah,
but somehow or other that's not parsing out right.
Yeah, I noticed that also, but I also noticed that it really didn't have an impact on the overall thing. So I didn't ask that it be corrected or amended in any way. But the other thing too is I need to look back at the columns to determine whether or not the formulas are still correct, and I'll do that. I'll do that later. But and I agree with you, and we'll get that amended. But for the purposes of what we're doing right now, we've got to come up with a recommendation to the board tomorrow for the allocation of funds. And again, since what we're doing this time was just fully allocating and fulfilling everybody's request, I didn't really see a need to edit that, but we do need to clean that up, Frank. That's a good point. All right. Are there any other questions or thoughts or comments? Okay, Michael, do we need, I think we do, we need a motion to award the grants as recommended.
That is correct.
And in the amounts recommended in the spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so would someone like to make a motion that we award in accordance with the distribution under the revised total grant award?
Are we going to talk about these individually or just take them as a group?
I think we probably could just take them as a group unless you'd rather discuss them individually.
I have a couple of questions about a few of them. I have a philosophical problem of giving $30,000 to Vanderbilt when they're sitting on a $4.5 billion endowment.
Not exactly sure how to answer that. I know that if you look at their request, that Vanderbilt School of Engineering received a certain allocation every year. I don't know what the endowment is used for. And this is Ben, right, that asked the question?
Yes, that was Mr. Bricktop.
Okay. I don't know how they program things, or I'm not sure or certain what they use their endowment for. I've always assumed it was for scholarships or capital improvements or things like that. I don't know. But
Alton, if I may interrupt just for a second, it appears we have a representative from Vanderbilt on right now, and if you check the chat box, says the endowment at Vanderbilt is restricted. I just wanted to point that out to you.
Okay. Do we know what it's restricted to? I guess that would be your next logical question, wouldn't it, Ben?
Yes, that's correct.
This is Cynthia Pascal from Vanderbilt University. Is it acceptable for me to speak in this meeting or not?
The chair would recognize Cynthia. How are you, Cynthia?
Hi, Elton. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, we are a private university, and we are fortunate, like many universities, to have a healthy endowment. But funds given to the endowment are restricted to things like scholarships, financial aid, large capital projects, things like that. These funds are not available to us for us to use for student activities like educational activities and things like that. And while I can appreciate that our position may make us look very advantaged, we have the same kinds of challenges that public universities have in funding our educational activities, and we don't receive any funds from the state. I should say we don't receive funds from the state of Tennessee in terms of like tuition support as the public universities do.
Cynthia, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Ben, did you have any other follow-up questions?
Not to that one, but on another application I did on the Godowski School of Engineering, I did not see any good justification for people wanting to get pilot licenses.
Was that part of their aviations program?
It's a School of Engineering.
Yes, mechanical engineering, I think, isn't it?
Just so that everyone is aware that I believe that's MTSU that we're talking about.
No, I think it's Christian Brothers.
Yes.
They have a FAA exam that they pay the 10 students the licensing fee of $160 each.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Alton, this is Frank. I would like to move to award the grants, the revised total grant award column in the spreadsheet that we have here.
Thank you, Frank. We have a motion. Is there a second?
This is Melanie. I will second the motion.
Thank you, Melanie. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? There being none, Michael, will you lead us through a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. The motion before the board is to accept the recommended grants as totaled in the revised total column on the spreadsheet. Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Mr. Bricktop.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before the grants committee? If there is none, again, I want to thank everybody. I know this is complex, and I know it's very weighty. Michael, again, thank you for all the time that you dedicated to this, and grants committee members, thank you so much for the questions today. They're excellent questions and great thoughts, and I really appreciate your insight and input. If there are no other, yeah, go ahead.
One other thing, this is Michael again. We did have a review of grant guidelines on the agenda for today. If you'd like, we could, since these grants have already been voted on, we can push that to a later date, maybe early next year, before the next proposal process and before the next next time we ask people to apply for grants for next year, or we could take that on today if you'd like, whichever you prefer.
Well, let me ask this, if it would help everybody, Michael. I know that you've got those guidelines available. Would it be something that you could email to each of the members of the grants committee?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then if there are any questions or items to discuss, maybe what we could do is have a grants committee meeting at the next board meeting in December. Would that be okay with everyone?
Okay with me.
Good with me.
Yes, that sounds good. Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks. Michael, can you do that?
Yes, sir. We'll have the committee meeting. We'll schedule the committee meeting the day before the full board meeting, as per our usual practice. So what we'll probably do is have the engineers committee meeting first and then the grants committee meeting thereafter.
Okay. That'd be great. That would put it probably kind of late in the afternoon, I suspect. Is that okay with everyone?
That's okay with me.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, everybody. So, okay, if that is all of the items on the agenda, do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Frank. I so move.
The motion to adjourn taking precedence over all other business. We are therefore adjourned. Again, thank you, everybody. Thanks so much for your input, your review of all this. A lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This channel will remain open. Our next scheduled meeting is the Finance Committee meeting, which is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. So we will stand in recess until that time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Melanie. Bye-bye.
Did you say 2 p.m.?
Yes, 2 p.m.
Okay, gotcha. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Dustin. You can pause the recording too. Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, everyone. This is the meeting of the, let me see, I'm on the right page here. Architects and Engineers Examiners Board Finance Committee meeting. Blair is unable to join today. He had to go to a funeral. And I was hoping that Mr. Tibbs would join us as chairman of the big board to help oversee this this committee meeting. But in the absence of the chairman, maybe, I don't know, Maria, who in the absence of the chairman would take over as acting chairman of this meeting? Or, you know, do any of you board members happen to know the answer?
I don't know who would be the who would fall in line. It's just really I don't know who's excuse me who's on the board and who's here. I mean, who's on the committee? I don't have my list in front of me. I know I'm on it.
Okay. Well, I could do a quick roll call. so that you can hear it, or I can just read the names. It's obviously Thompson, Campbell, Parker, who is absent, Doss, Ware, and Bursai.
Okay.
I don't see Ricky is not on either. I guess naturally that would as Ricky as vice chair would take over that as the highest executive committee member on the board.
How about you,
Michael,
Robert?
is the secretary on who's for the board on the call?
Mr. Brickta, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then Mr. Brickta, how do you feel about overseeing the finance committee meeting as the highest ranking executive committee member on the phone call?
Well, I will try.
Okay, well, I tell you what, let's start with, why don't you give the call to order, and then I'll take a quick roll call. And all of you should have received within the last 10 minutes or so the financials from me. I had included those in the big board presentation, but I had failed to send them to you individually as a committee. So you should have seen those come to your inbox just very shortly ago. So, Mr. Bricktoff, you'll call this committee meeting to order. We'll go ahead and get started.
We got to call a meeting to order with the Finance Committee, the Architectural and Engineers Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now call the roll. Finance, let's see. Ms. Doss. Melanie? Okay, Melanie is visible on the screen, but
I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear you. If you said Kathy, I'm here.
Oh, Kathy, okay. Kathy is present. Mr. Campbell.
Present.
Mr. Thompson.
Present.
Mr. Hathcote. Well, Alton shows as present on the screen, but we're unable to hear him as well. And Ms. Ware. So let's see.
I'm here now.
1, 2.
I can hear you better.
Okay, great. 1, 2, 3. So we have members who we have confirmed. We have 2 members who are visually on screen. However, we have not heard them. They did not respond to roll call. And Mr. Parker is unable to join. Maria, do we have enough to continue with this meeting?
How many did you say were missed? I mean, I think the people who are actually visible on the screen, we can count. If you do all show up later, or can hear us, let us know.
Okay.
How many are we missing besides that? Just
Mr. Parker is not present. Ms. Doss and Mr. Heathcote are visually present on screen. However, they did not respond to roll call.
okay. And then we have a total of how many on this committee? Sorry, it's a lot of committees to keep up with.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total of 6. Mr. Campbell, Mr. Thompson, and Ms. Ware are all responded to roll call.
Oh my gosh. We would need majority, so.
All right, well, I tell you what, let's put this on pause, and I will reach out to, I'll give Alton a quick shout and a quick shout to Melanie and see if we can get them back to their computers.
Okay, awesome. Sorry about that.
Okay, everyone hang tight so we can move forward. And as Alton joins, I'm sure he will join in the conversation. So, Mr. Brickta, thank you for calling this meeting to order. And
Michael, I'm here. This is Alton. I apologize for being late.
Okay, Alton, thank you. So as I was saying earlier, everyone should have copies of the financials the year-end finances in their inbox. They should have received those just right before the meeting started. Hopefully in the interim, you've had a little bit of time to review them. Let's start there, and I will then turn it over to you all as the board if you have any questions or would like to discuss anything specific as it relates to these financial sheets.
Michael, I did not receive a copy of them since I'm not on that committee.
Okay. Well, Ben, let me go ahead and shoot that to you real quick. If you're acting chairman for this meeting.
Michael, this is Kathy. I'm new to this committee this year, and I've seen this chart before. But if you could kind of walk us through it and just kind of explain what it is we're looking at in light of the fact that Ben doesn't have it yet either, maybe we could all look at it together and you can just kind of give us an overview. That'd be great. And again, that's on me. I'm new to the committee.
So am I, Kathy. That's great. I got a little course on this from Roxana not too long ago. Ben, let me know when you have those and you have them open. And let's see. I am going to start with the closed 2019-2020 sheet. That's the one that, let me see. I've got to get those open. Okay, so that would be the one that is labeled AE period 992 FY20. So is everyone ready to proceed?
Not quite.
Hey, Michael, this is Alton. Just one thing on the spreadsheet that you got, you may want to move away from the dark green to color the columns in because it makes it really hard to read.
I'll let somebody know that's not colorblind out. I didn't choose those colors, and they all kind of look the same to me.
I was going to make that comment too. Green and red are not for colorblind people.
I will make a note of that. Actually, I'd already kind of made a note of that. Oh, I see Mr. Tibbs has joined us. Hello, Brian.
Oh, there we go. I'm muted. Yeah, I apologize. I will cut the video off. Yeah, I thought that Blair said he wanted to do it this meeting, so here I am. Sorry about being late.
Not a problem. I will forward you. If I did not already, I'm going to forward the financial statements to you again. We're just about to pull up the A&E period 992 FY20 sheet. And that is the summary of the last fiscal year. So what we're looking at here is, in essence, the year in review. Up at the very top right, the colored, the red and green column there, the number, the 1.458 that's the amount of money that we took in as an organization last year. And
Okay.
And you know that comes from licensing fees, and that's my understanding is that's basically just licensing fees and other fees that are collected throughout the year.
I think
so
that would include civil penalties and fines too, Michael.
Correct. Yes, that's. Sorry, I should have been more specific. I was including that in the other fees category, but yes, you are correct. And so the next block of columns represents our expenses, and you can see down the left side which row is labeled as which rows are labeled as what, and the total expenses that we had in FY20 was just a little over $1.3 million. It's $1,329,115. Are there any questions?
Just one thing, Michael, this is Alton, and just so that everybody knows, if you'll look under the expense line items in March of 2020, under other, there was $394,728. I believe, Michael, that was our big expenditure for the year, and that was the grants made to colleges. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That was the majority of that month does reflect the grants. Last year's budget for grants was $350,000.
So even with that allocation made, we are still nearly $130,000 in the black.
Yes, we did net. Yes, $129,875, which you can see from the standalone row just below. I think that's tan. I'm not sure, but that our net column there, 129, just below there is our overall end of year reserve balance, standing at $2.3 million.
Okay, and again, just to continue that same conversation, the board authorized the allocation instead of $350,000 of $400,000 this year to grants to colleges. And so even with that additional $50,000, based on if we repeated the same revenue and expenses that we had last year and added $50,000 to it for additional grants to colleges, we would still be in the black.
Yes, sir. That is correct. If everything remained the same with the the expansion of the grant program by that $50,000, we would still be roughly $80,000 in the black.
Okay. Thank you.
Michael, this is Robert Campbell. Do we have, we did an exercise, 2 or 3 years ago, where we went in and looked at our fees to see, and we did some reduction on those, and I don't think we see any market decline because of that. Are there other fees that stand out to you, or you have been getting questions on why we charge or why we would charge this amount or anything like that?
I have not received any inquiries directly. I believe Wanda Phillips is on currently. I would like to see if she's had any inquiries, if that's all right with y'all. Wanda, have there been any inquiries that you have come across that would are related to the fees that we charge and why?
No, we haven't had any inquiries regarding fees.
I'd say that across the board, it's just been fairly reasonable.
Well, I'm not trying to, just, it's something to maybe glance at some point in time, is how we are comparing to states around us, just to make sure that we are, not competitive, but reasonable. Because every once in a while that will get pointed out, the balance that we have, that, well, you all can go reduce fees, and that may be accurate, but we need to kind of understand where we are relative to everybody else too.
Okay, we can take a look at that for sure.
Again, I don't want you to spend days and days on it, but if you get a chance just to kind of look at some of the bigger ticket items, I think that helps us understand that we're in the ballpark, and I think we are. but that's been 2 or 3 years ago that we kind of went through that exercise.
Okay. Now, would you, are you referring to registration fees in?
Yeah, registration, renew. I mean, your registration, your renewals, your, things that we obviously fees that we have um, control over. And there are a few other fees in there. I think we either got rid of some fee about 2 or 3 years ago.
That was the
Total.
privilege tax, Robert.
No, it wasn't the privilege tax, Alton. This was something that we control. It was something we were charging like $15 for, and I don't know if that was a renewal. There was some fee for a FE or something.
It was
Again, we
it
got
was to
rid of a few.
register. It was to register as a EI.
Okay. So
I
we
think it
got
was
rid of a few of those,
$45,
and
and we went it down to 15.
yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure that we're not, if we've got something like that that's a nuisance fee or something that we're way out of line, we ought to discuss that at some point going forward.
Sure thing. We can definitely take a look at that, and I believe we can discuss it whenever. If there's a large enough discrepancy, we can reconvene a finance committee meeting to talk about it. But like you said, I feel like we're probably, based on what I know about you all who are still on the board from when that change was made, I'd say we're probably still in the ballpark somewhere, but we'll verify that.
All right, thank you, sir.
You got it.
Hey, Robert, just for clarification, this is Alton. Were you talking about concerns from or questions from registrants, or were you talking about concerns or questions from other state officials, or both?
Both, I think, Alton. I think that's kind of what started that discussion a few years back. Was we had some legislators ask questions, and I think we'd had registrants as well ask some questions from time to time, and it all kind of came together there at that one point. So that's what spurred us to start looking. So if we can be proactive, that would be super, I think.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions regarding the year-end 2020 statement that we've been looking at?
I do have one other question, Michael, and I should know this, and I'm sure somebody on this committee knows this, but do we get any fees for registration to take exams, or is that all going to NCWS?
Let's see, Wanda, I think we sort of mentioned this recently. Wanda, what are our fees for exams?
Well, we charge a $30 application fee, but they pay NCEES directly for the exams. So all they pay us is a $30 application fee, and then once they pass the exam, $140 for their license.
And
I
Wanda, is
think
that for the
technically we
PE?
don't get anything for the exams. Like there's different fees, but I think technically the answer to your question is that we don't get anything. We don't get anything for exam fees.
Right.
For either the EI or the PE.
Yeah, there are no fees at all for the FEs anymore. That fee was done away with. They pass the exam and then they just register in core, and we approve the application. There are no fees at all.
Okay, thank you, Wanda, and thanks, Kathy.
Okay. I think the next sheet you have is just the A&E July 2020 NPS. All that reflects the first month of this year, being July. And it sounds like we're getting some feedback from somewhere. Just if you're not speaking, please go ahead and turn your microphones off. Are there any questions regarding the start of 2021? You'll see the column is it's July only. No? Okay.
I do have a question, Michael. Why are we down so much from the same time last year?
Why are we down so much?
Yes.
How do you mean? Which part?
I'm talking about expenditures.
$49,000 and $61,000. I would have to go back and look at that month of July last year in some more detail for you. It appears, let's see, our other, it looks like, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It looks like the other category, which would be the 1, 2, 3, third line down. There's $10,516 in that for 2019, and the other category is only $1,771 in 2020. I think that would make up a bulk of the difference. And just in scanning, it looks like legal cost backs were a couple $1,000s more, but that's for this year.
That's okay. I was just curious. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I think the bulk of it is found in the other category. I'd have to go back with a much more detailed looking glass to find out what July of last year was.
You don't need to do that.
Still a good question, though. Thank you.
And revenues
Ben,
were up by
Ben,
10,000 too.
Ben, this is Robert Campbell. Part of that historically, now it doesn't mean it's now, but is that the timing when we get cost backs from other organizations or departments and when they enter things in the system. Sometimes we see some lag where things don't get charged to us for a month or so. That has happened historically. And so we'll end up, there'll be a little lapse sometimes on those things. So,
okay.
I mean, it's not unusual for that to be a little erratic.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other questions regarding the financial statements? Okay. Hearing none, I would say that Mr. Tibbs, as the ranking member of the executive committee on this phone call right now, would you like to offer a motion to adjourn this committee meeting?
Yes.
Grant appropriation.
What's that?
What about the grant appropriation that's on the agenda?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Proposal to increase the grants appropriation. Does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss regarding the grants and how much there is for funding?
Is that request
coming?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Alton. We as you know, we just got through with the grants committee where we awarded nearly $400,000 to the universities. And this past year, I think the board authorized going from $350,000 to $400,000 for grants to colleges. I guess, Ben, maybe your question was, do we want to continue to make that $400,000 allocation?
Yes, or increase it.
I will
This is
tell
Kathy.
everybody
It seems like we usually wait for the grant committee to come back with a request, and then finance looks at it relative to whether or not it's possible, and then concurs, or then it goes to the board for a vote.
Kathy, you're right. The grants committee this year received requests totaling a little over $395,000. And again, we were able to award the full amount to everybody, fulfill every request. We haven't, again, we've just now gotten to the $400,000 threshold. I think what I may want to do as the chairman of the grants committee, and Ben's on the grants committee too, is maybe wait and let's see next year what sort of requests that we get. And until something drives us to consider increasing the allocation to the grants, I would think right now we may want to recommend just keeping our powder dry.
Hey, Alton, it's Robert. I would agree with that. We've typically done these in like 2-year increments just to make sure that we are at a steady state before we move forward. So we'll go up 50,000, wait a couple years, and then go up another 50, just to make sure we don't have any adverse effects on our budget. I mean, that's a historical perspective. It doesn't mean that's what we have to do now.
I would think that's probably the safest and most efficient route, just to make sure that we don't have any budget shortcomings this year. I think that last year is any indicator. We never really know what we can expect. So I think we should just if we could keep it the same for the following year and then reevaluate, that I think would be the most efficient way.
I agree. I agree with that as well. Typically in the past, we also have, when we wanted to increase the amount, we had to run that up the flagpole through the administrative, the folks at the administrative level to make sure that that was something that we could possibly do. And that, again, that's based on how we look on our bottom line. So I think that's the way we should travel.
Are there any further comments about the proposed grants appropriation, or would you just like to table it for further discussion at some other time?
I would go along with the recommendation of keeping it like it is.
Hey, this is Alton again. I'm not sure we have a compelling reason to raise it just yet, because as I said, the total amount of requests that we got this year were just under 400,000. So at least until we have like Robert said, we make sure that we continue at the pace of differential between revenue and expenditures that we are right now, and until we see some trend where colleges need additional funding, let's just hold where we are right now.
Do we need a motion on this, Mr. Chairman?
We can make one.
Alton, you had a good one there. Why don't you make the motion?
All right. Well, I don't think it specifically pertains to the grants, but as far as the motion for the budget, are we asking for a recommendation on the budget itself, or just this specific item related to grants to colleges?
Well, that's why I asked the question. I don't know that we need a motion specifically, because that can be discussed at the full board meeting tomorrow, since that's historically what we've done is wait, on a 2-year cycle. So I was just asking the question if we had to have a motion or not. I agree with what you're saying, what Robert said. And, Ben, I think you piped in on that as well. So I think we're all on the same page. I just didn't know if it needed to be a motion. Just a question.
Yeah, this is Michael. Since there is no change proposed and everything will just stay as is, a motion, as far as I can tell, a motion is not necessary to proceed forward since no change is occurring.
Okay, thank you.
So did we, this is Alton, did we vote to adopt the budget yet?
No, we did not. And unless it happened already last year, I don't have it right now. Did you all happen to vote a budget before the end of the fiscal year? I know there was a meeting in June. I'd have to go back and check, but would it be possible that the budget was submitted for approval well before that for FY 2021?
This is Kathy. I haven't seen a budget, so I would not be able to answer your question.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I'll look into that and I'll have an answer for you either later today or tomorrow. I can't, don't have it right now.
Hey, Michael, this is Alton. I think wouldn't the budget for this year come from the budget committee, a recommendation to the board from the budget committee?
Well, we have a finance committee, but we don't have a budget committee.
I'm sorry, the finance committee.
I think so, but I think that, that we have to figure out all of our numbers, and then I need to get with the Assistant Commissioner Compton and Ashton Bodie here in the office and figure out what the process is for that. So if you all would allow me a little bit of time to get that back to you, I can hopefully maybe have it for you pretty soon. I just need to get in touch with them.
Michael, this is Alton again. I would think that I see what we have here. With the only information that we have is for the period ending July 20th. And I think we would need a projection for the rest of the fiscal year in order to consider it and then discuss it and then vote on it.
If that's how this process works, then that is the case, yes. But again, I'm going to need to speak with both Toby Compton and Ashton Bodie real quick, and possibly get Roxana to let me know how this was done in the past. This has yet to come up in any of my conversations with them. So I was unaware that it was time to actually pass one. I assumed that one had already been passed for this fiscal year. So that's my fault, and I'll get that taken care of.
I'm sure Roxana will be a good resource on that. So
I believe so too.
I know that I leaned on her quite often. So
I'm sure she'll be eager to take a break from all the other stuff that she's got.
yeah, right. That could be just a yes or no question. I don't know. So
I would imagine it's here somewhere. I just, again, I haven't really come across that yet in any of my exploration of the files that we have here. So I'm going to have to just check in on that and see what the general timeline is for those.
okay.
All right. Apologies.
Business to come before this committee?
I'm sorry?
Any other business to come before this committee?
None that I have here.
So motion for adjournment?
Second.
This is Alton, so moved.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. This meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you.
And those who are continuing on to the Continuing Education Committee meeting can just hang tight. And we will get that thing started in just a moment.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
It's Brian. Yeah, sorry my cross things there, but I'm seeing like it went fine without me. I will say the outreach committee. I did have a meeting at 3:00 too, just to let you know. I'm not chair of that one, I think, so I can't mess that one up anymore. But just letting you know.
I'm sorry if there's some sort of feedback. I'm getting some static. You will or won't be at the one at 3:00?
I will not.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow morning.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's see. We have the Continuing Education Committee meeting. We're getting started just a little bit behind, but not to worry. Mr. Wagster, would you like to call the meeting to order?
I will. This is the Tennessee Board of Architects and Engineers Examiners Continuing Education Committee meeting, 2:30 p.m., October 7th, 2020, and I'd like to call it to order.
Thank you, sir. I will call the roll. Mr. Wagster?
Here.
Mr. Parker? Yeah, let the record show Mr. Parker, Mr. Blair Parker is not in attendance. Ms. Doss?
Here.
And Mr. King? Mr. King, you're on mute. I believe Mr. King is present. He's having some audio difficulties at the moment. We're unable to hear him, but his mute keeps toggling on and off. So, Dustin, if you can work with Mr. King maybe on the side to see if we can get his audio working, that'd be great. Okay, so the Continuing Education Committee, Maria, under new business, we have potential rule and policy changes. Where do we stand on anything in that category?
So the only update I have I gave earlier in the Law and Rules Committee meeting, but our PDH rule amendment that we had our rulemaking hearing for at our last meeting in August, that is currently at the Attorney General's office for final review, and then it will be submitted to Secretary of State's office, and then we will go in front of the Joint Government Operations Committee for final approval. So we're looking to be effective early January of this year for that change, and that's all I have.
Okay, are there any questions for Maria regarding that update?
Michael, this is Frank. That's about the only question that I had for this particular meeting. And I know that's a quite extensive rule change, but I think everybody knows what it is at this point. Melanie, if you're in this committee meeting, and I think you are, it's been a long, drawn-out process in us trying to decide what the best way to have the basic requirements for continuing education are. And it's gone from a rather short breakdown to individual breakdowns as to how the architects, engineers, landscape architects, and interior designers are treated. And I don't know if you have a copy of what the proposed changes are. You may. I know if you look on our website, you'll find the old version. So we probably need to get you, if you don't have it, a copy of the proposed changes.
I have run across it somewhere, but it would be good to have a fresh copy that I know is current.
Yeah.
Melanie, this is Maria. I'll be sure to get you a copy of that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And I guess as far as this committee meeting goes, does anybody else have any issues or business that we need to discuss? I know I don't. So since there doesn't appear to be any additional business, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Anyone?
Motion to adjourn is before the committee. Is there a second?
This is Melanie. I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned, and we will go into a quick, say 14-minute recess until 3 o'clock, at which time the outreach committee will start their meeting. So thank you all, and I'll see you in 14 minutes.
Okay.
Stand up and stretch out your back. We're going to continue.
I don't know if you heard. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you heard, but Steven's back on the line too. If you need to speak with him.
I did. I heard a lot of feedback earlier, so I kind of thought that might have been him.
That was me. I had two computers on. When I found out my laptop was working, I closed the meeting in my desktop.
Oh, man, I have been guilty of that myself. When it usually happens when I'm switching from phone to computer, but great to have you back with us, Stephen. We're going to continue right now with the outreach committee. I think that's the last one here, 3 o'clock. I can't find the right page. Yes, outreach committee meeting. Mr. King, would you do the honors of calling this meeting to order?
Sure. I'd like to call the Tennessee Architectural Engineering Board committee of the outreach committee to order, and I suspect you may want to call the roll.
I will indeed, sir. So let me start with you, Mr. King.
Here.
Mr. Bursai.
Here.
Mr. Parker is absent. Expected. Mr. Tibbs is announced his absence from this meeting, and Ms. Doss. Melanie?
I am here. Thank you.
Okay, great. We have 3 out of the 5 members, so that is enough to continue. Let's see. The first item on our agenda is outreach activities, and I would like to say from our perspective here, as you're all aware, I just started this job in June amidst a national shutdown, if you will. So our outreach capabilities have been stifled, to say the least. I know that in the past, and is my plan to continue to visit with universities and high schools throughout the state, for one, just to start, to help with recruitment to these professions. I know that Roxana and my predecessor, John, as well as Jennifer, had all taken those responsibilities on, and that is my full intent to do so as well. In the meantime, we have been, there has been an out, I don't even know what the word is, but a deluge of virtual meetings. Take your pick of a day, and you could probably have anywhere from 3 to 4 meetings planned a day, especially now that people have become quite savvy with the pick your platform, WebEx, Zoom, Teams. So our outreach has been mostly digital, but however, that has been relegated primarily to the larger national organizations, such as NCES and NCARB, CLARB, all of the big ones that you can think of. And I will say straight out of the box that our outreach to the education community has not been what it has been in the past, but we hope to get it back there as soon as we have clearance for travel and in-person meetings.
I think another, this is Steve, by the way, another thing we typically talk about with outreach is the newsletter. And I suspect probably it was in January or February when, I think that was when we had some new employees, and I guess Roxana at that time had asked someone to take over the responsibility of putting together a newsletter. Do you know about that, Michael, or is there someone on your staff that could remind us what that plan is?
I have been briefed on the newsletter, and what I know is that we're not currently staffed for newsletter creation. We don't really have the we don't really have the capabilities in terms of the program, the software, to put something together like that. And most of our people don't have the knowledge to do that. I do know that in the past, somebody had been hired for the sole purpose of creating the newsletter. However, that there was a parting of ways with that person. I'm not sure what the circumstances were, but ultimately I know that there was just not enough work for that one individual to do as it related to the newsletter. So my understanding about the newsletter was that the newsletter was discontinued in the not so distant past, but I'm not sure what we would present to people in that newsletter.
Well, the board has had, and Ricky probably will remember this also, but I guess Melanie's new, so she's learning. There has been a concern expressed at the full board meeting about the desire to have a newsletter produced periodically, and maybe it was last October where we discussed this, because that may have been the last time we met. Do you remember, Ricky?
It seems like there was a newsletter put out in the past year, Steve. It had been a while, a number of years since the previous, but maybe right kind of near the Roxana's term, a newsletter did get put out. And that might be the thing to do, is to grab some past newsletters and send those to Michael so he can kind of see what kind of content we had in the newsletter. But there was always whatever the hot topic or two was, whether that was QBS trying to explain that, or explaining decoupling or something like that. And then there were exam results were always included, and usually, or used to be, disciplinary cases, once they were totally resolved and accepted, were in there. Very similar to the other states. We get newsletters from all the other states that we're that I'm have a license in. So I think it's a very common practice, and it's really similar what all the states do in their newsletters.
Online, it appears there was a newsletter issued in 2018. Okay. But I recall us having a plan to get that started maybe a year ago, and we may have met one other time after the October meeting. we even had some volunteers to write articles, if I recall. And I think there may be some questions at the board tomorrow, because there was an interest in reviving that, particularly to list the disciplinary action taken by the board, because it was felt that that is a deterrent to let others know what some registrants are getting a penalty for. Like, you know, one common thing is letting the license lapse. But Michael, if you wouldn't mind, do you think you would have a chance to talk to Roxana before the board meeting? Because I'm afraid there'll be some questions come up about this tomorrow.
I did talk to Roxanne. Actually, that's why that's part of what I had stated earlier, is that this newsletter was discontinued because we didn't have the staff or really the capability to put it together, and that I'd assume, you know, if there were volunteers that wanted to put the newsletter out, then that'd be a different story. But we just don't have the capability or you know, the ability to pull somebody off of what they're already doing. And I think Jennifer, maybe it was Jennifer, had looked at the other situation where hiring somebody just to do it, but then it was deemed that there just wasn't enough, that there wasn't enough work in terms of newsletter for there to be a justification for having somebody just to do that. Nobody here really has the training and the software programs to put together a publication like that. I mean, that's it. I don't believe there, and I could be wrong. You know, you all know that I'm fairly new, and I only know what I know about this program, but I'm not sure if there's any other newsletters that go out from the Department of Regulatory Boards.
I remember in a meeting that one of the newer employees, and maybe it's someone who's not there anymore, I don't know, but had been tasked with handling newsletters, and this committee was going to solicit members to write articles for it. And it didn't necessarily have to be as long as the one in 2018, but it would have at least an article from a board member and a summary of the disciplinary action taken during some period.
Steve, I think I remember too, there being discussion about it was about whether it's all just a total you know, PDF file that's given out by email blast or hard copy the way it used to be, and seems like we were fine with it, you know, making it much easier, just making it a total email operation and producing a hard copy, and that was going to make it, that was going to make it a lot easier. And it would be, and I remember too, having some discussion that it doesn't, that very much shorter but more frequent newsletters would be better than, you know, one long newsletter every 3 years, because it just keeps the purpose is to remind people that the board is here, and and for the licensees, you know, just remember to keep in touch with what you're doing, and so more frequent, shorter newsletters I think was favored, and it was I think the board placed a pretty strong emphasis on having a newsletter, and
yes,
I would be interested in knowing of all the other states, how many states don't have a newsletter. I don't think it would be very many, because that's really the main way you keep in touch with the registrants, other than just to ask them to, you know, to pay their to renew their renewal fee. That's the only way you keep in touch with them.
I agree.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm actually trying to look around here. It was, again, it was relayed to me that the newsletter was discontinued because we just didn't have the capability to do it. I'm not sure what else I can say. I can't think of anybody on the staff right now who's got the experience, myself included, of putting together a newsletter. If there's a volunteer of somebody who wants to put it together outside and send it to us, we could, use our mailing list to send out an email blast. But as for putting it together, again, I just don't see how we could do that.
I'm pretty sure that has not, this will be the first time the board has heard that, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was discontinued in the format that's online. It's, that's something like a desktop publisher would put out. I think this committee recommended to the board a year ago that we simplify that, like Ricky described, and use a PDF format that could be emailed out to registrants. And that's what I recall a commitment to maybe a year ago to move in that direction. And I think that the board will remember that and just be prepared for some discussion about that tomorrow when we talk about it.
Yeah, I think there'll be some questions about the worth of having a newsletter versus resources available, and why decisions would be made to not have a newsletter. I think it'll be challenged.
And it may have been Jennifer that, I guess Jennifer was here a year ago, right? So it probably wouldn't have been Roxanne, it would have been Jennifer. So.
Yeah, Jennifer was it January to March?
It could have been. Well, I don't guess there's any reason to keep beating that. Just keep in mind that, that there will be some discussion, and I don't suspect anything's changed from the board's perspective, that there'll be an interest in having a predictable newsletter at some frequency.
I understand. Okay.
Okay, thank you. The other item was meeting with the deans tomorrow. Looks like that's pretty well outlined on the agenda tomorrow with a schedule. Is there anything, Michael, that you know of that we need to discuss? It's always a very informative and successful meeting. I hope it goes as well virtually as it does in person.
Yes, we, I believe at this point we have 12. We have 12 participants. Obviously, we have more programs, so to speak, but some schools have multiple programs. So my understanding is that there are some schools where one person will talk about the usage for both programs. But we have, I believe, 12 that have said they were coming. I'm actually still receiving some of those RSVPs today. I don't have a set order just yet. I have to kind of work with that. I've had one or two come in today that say they have time constraints and they need to go at a certain time or after a certain time. So I need to fix that out. But I will have, we should have a pretty good attendance tomorrow. I'm saying we're going to have about 12 extra people. And it'll give a good opportunity for those representatives of those universities to present to you in a verbal format how they spent their money, or the grant that they were awarded for the last year, as well as offer a chance to offer you questions, Q&A. We've asked. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to. It seems we talked about limiting the amount of time for their presentations, because some, we will be constrained by time to get on to the actual board meeting at noon. Were there any directions given to them about their presentations?
Everyone was asked and instructed to limit their time, their speaking time, into the neighborhood of 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, that's what I recalled.
I do think that that we've also planned for no visual aids, so it's not like somebody's going to have an easel with any sort of flow charts or anything like that, or pictures. It's going to be completely verbal, so we expect that will probably speed up the process as well.
Okay, sounds good. Is there anything else we need to discuss as far as the deans?
I have nothing else to add. Do you all have any questions? Okay.
I would point out one thing we do for outreach is, pardon me, were you talking, Ricky?
I just said I can't think of any questions about the deans.
I would be remiss to not note events like Alton and Ricky did with, was it the University of Memphis, Ricky? That's a great form of outreach. And as we are invited to do, that's a very good thing for us to participate in.
We do currently have one invitation on the table from Lipscomb. I'm trying to remember. Is it Chris Gwaltney? I think is his first name. I know his last name's Gwaltney. He's extended an invitation. It was actually initially for tomorrow, which Alton and I both had to politely decline the ability to do that, but we are working on a date at a later point where we can join them, and this would be an in-person meeting. So I think those are going to start coming back in as we get moving, but we're not going to be turning down the digital ones for sure.
And I think that's great. And if you need, if you don't have a local volunteer like Alton, let one of us know, and we'll try to assist you as we can.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anything else anyone wants to bring up? Well, would it be appropriate to adjourn the meeting, Michael?
It would be, sir. All we need is a motion.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Melanie, you should second it since we hadn't heard from you.
I will second the motion.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
That's
Sounds
the
like a
best
good
second.
plan. So
That's the best second I've heard all day.
that is.
Oh,
And it was an invited second too. What about that?
It was.
how about that?
Well, we will adjourn, and we look forward to one of these days meeting you in person, Melanie.
Oh, I know, it would be great. It would be very nice to meet everyone.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see everybody tomorrow online.
All right. Thank you all very much. And just for housekeeping purposes, as we close up, you should have received 2 meeting invitations, one for today and one for tomorrow. The links would be embedded within those invitations. If you do not have them, please let me know, and I will make sure to get you another one. Or if these meetings are always accessible via the A&E website through the reg boards or through the department's website. All of the information is posted there. So if you have any other problems, you can always try that route too. So I'd like to say thank you all very much. It's my first October meeting. I feel like today was pretty smooth, and I appreciate you all bearing with me at times that I definitely felt like I was a little overwhelmed. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
That goes two ways, Michael. We appreciate you bearing with us.
Yes.
All right. Well, everyone enjoy your evening, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.